Hello and welcome. This is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. What's going on, freaks? All right. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Alright, well, some crazy terror attacks today, which makes 4 now. I've actually, remember when we started the war in Iran, I started building a folder, war in Iran and domestic terror, and I just keep putting each incident on Google Earth in a folder. So far we have the Austin shooting at that bar. Then we have the New York City bombing by Amir Bilal. The first one was Niaga Diange, or however you say his name. And then the second one was New York City bombing attempt by Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi. And then we had the Michigan synagogue, which is Ayman Mohammed Ghazali. All right. Let me put that name in there. All right, then the Old Dominion is Mohammed Baylor Jallah, 36. I think Ghazali is like 41, I think. Let's see. Or was. Yeah, 41. Alright, let me put that in there. Also, hello. Alright, so we've got, let's just start off with the attack at the synagogue. A man who rammed his vehicle into Michigan synagogue was naturalized citizen from Lebanon. The armed man who rammed his vehicle into one of the nation's largest Reform synagogues Thursday has been identified as a 41-year-old naturalized citizen born in Lebanon, according to federal officials. Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was fatally shot by security officers after driving through a hallway. Well, that's not quite correct there. He drove through a door and then and then a hallway. I mean, why not leave? It's just weird to leave that part out. Yeah. Well, it was interesting. Remember how we were at the end of the show? I had the helicopter flying around over here by this mall. Well, he actually lived right there, so that's exactly why they were flying around. Because he lived right in, he lived in this house right here. Kind of a really small house compared to the ones around it. I mean, there's a few small ones like it, but so that's where he lived. And then the temple was way up here. And he drove through this front door right here. But hey guys, can you please start helping support the channel tonight? We're at 00000. I did an hour-and-a-half show earlier, absolutely terrible. Very little support on that one. So if you guys could support the channel so we can get back on track, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Maybe get some channel memberships, etc. Yeah, so in that picture, went through there, and then apparently there's like a hallway in here, and then I think it goes this direction, then it goes that way, and then there's this is where they do the services in there. The armed man who rammed his vehicle into one of the nation's largest Reformed synagogues Thursday has been identified as a 41-year-old naturalized citizen born in Lebanon. Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was fatally shot by security officers after driving through a hallway at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township near Detroit, Michigan, in a vehicle that then caught fire, authorities said. Ghazali came to the U.S. in 2011 on an immediate relative visa. Somehow he got married. I wonder if that was like an intentional visa as the spouse of a U.S. citizen. He was granted U.S. citizenship in 2016, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Jennifer Runyon, the special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit field office, called the crime a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community and said at a news conference Thursday that the FBI is leading the investigation. In the minutes after the attack, smoke billowed from the synagogue. One security officer was hit by the vehicle and knocked unconscious, but did not suffer life-threatening injuries, the sheriff said. And 30 law enforcement officers were treated for smoke inhalation. The suspect was found dead inside the vehicle, according to Bouchard. Yeah, he was burned too. And here it said, hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman and Randizzle Randy. The armed man who rammed his vehicle into one of the nation's largest Reformed synagogue Thursday has been identified as 41-year-old naturalized citizen born in Lebanon. Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was fatally shot by security officers after driving through a hallway at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield. Ghazali came to the U.S. in 2011 on an immediate relative visa. This looks almost identical to the last. Hey, thanks, Joel Burnt. Wild Bill Wassman. We got Randizzle Randy. And Joel Burnt. All right. I'm going to go through. I'm just going through these. And then there's a press conference we can play. They're short. I think the total length is something like 11 minutes for 2 of them. The suspect identified Thursday night as Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, 41, allegedly rammed his vehicle. We already know that part there again. All right. And then New York City has boosted up their foot patrol because of this. And this is when he said,
The truck that the suspect used to ram a Michigan synagogue is registered to a naturalized U.S. citizen, this time from Lebanon, who lives in Dearborn, Michigan. All right, let's bring in former Michigan GOP gubernatorial candidate.
So there's that. There was one article I thought I read where it talked about the why. You know, it said something about in Lebanon, just recently, a couple of his family members got killed by the Israelis. So, of course, you smash it into a synagogue in the United States. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. Yeah, I know where it is. Yeah. On the show earlier today, we went over where Dearborn, Michigan is. And, in fact, this guy lived right here in Dearborn, Michigan at this house. Right there. All right. So that's the house. And I remember earlier on the show today, the helicopter was flying around this area, and then it kind of went over here a little bit and was circling, and I said, okay, that must be generally where it is. And then later in the day, lo and behold, there is where the house was. After I got his name, they didn't have his name out there yet at the time. But on the previous live, I said, I bet this guy's from Dearbornistan. It's just absolutely, I mean, it was just like, you know, it was the first thing that, I'm sure it popped, the first thing that popped into a million people's head. All right. All right, who's going to do the first challenge today, guys? Got to get off the start better than this. We're not going to have a ton of people in here, and plus those people generally don't help support the channel anyway. So if there are people in here that can do that, do one of those challenges, that would be great. I mean, you saw what we could do yesterday. We donated $1,000 to our scholarship fund and brought 500 in. And so today we're just trying to get back rolling again. All right, so here is the press conferences in a row.
So obviously we've got the chief, West Bloomfield, and their team, incredible. Local security at the temple on top of things. It appears it's still very, very early. Everything's preliminary. At least one individual came to the temple. Security saw him, engaged.
Now, what a joke. Why would you want to live in Dearborn? Got to wake up to the call to prayer every morning. It's just ridiculous.
Him in gunfire. The scene, we're not getting any active stimulus at the moment. We have everything here that we need, including, medics and tactical gear. We're looking to see if there's more than one person. We're still trying to figure that out. We're trying to get access to the video. At the moment, we just tell people that shelter in place for at least a mile area until we determine that there's no one else that maybe was on foot and fled the area, until we figure out exactly what's going on, number one. Number two, reunification will be at the JCC, the Jewish Center, and that's where parents will go to pick up their kids. It's going to be secured by law enforcement, so no fear there. If you have
I actually kind of live by the Jewish Community Center over here.
Have nothing to do with the situation, don't go there. Don't come to the area. It's active and it's busy, and we're still trying to figure it out.
Guys, can you say anything about any potential casualties, anyone hurt?
Nobody at the moment has been confirmed to be hurt, except potentially the shooter.
Any ties potentially to terrorism?
That's still way early to talk about. We have no idea because we don't even know who the person is at the moment.
Has that person been neutralized?
We don't have that person in custody.
Yeah, but he's dead. I don't know why he was saying this at the time.
So they're still on the run.
It's a work in progress. So that's why we're sheltering in place until we figure
We don't have him in custody because he's inside the vehicle burned.
it out. It's a big facility with a lot of land around it. Until that gets secured and everybody's comfortable that there's no active threat in that spot, stay away from it, shelter in place.
We're told there's a daycare, preschool, are all those kids out?
Yeah, everybody's been moved out of the school. We've got a ton of people here. As I said, West Bloomfield got on scene in a heartbeat. Everybody else came from everywhere. Actually, the chief and I have been communicating for almost 2 weeks. Every time I've gotten some intelligence from the national level, I've been sharing. We've been talking for 2 weeks about the potential, sadly, of this happening. So there was no lack of preparation. In addition, all Jewish facilities in the area are going to have a lot of extra presence around it until we figure this out.
What about the school up the street, Pleasant Lake? Is it safe over there? Pleasant Lake Elementary is right here?
Well, again, we would tell everybody to shelter in place.
Okay.
Was there any security at this temple, as you mentioned?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And they engaged the threat.
So there was one person that approached the security guard and,
That's still a work in progress.
okay, and then shots were fired?
Shots were fired.
There are reports that somebody crashed with a vehicle into a building. Is that,
A vehicle was involved.
did it breach the building?
We're going to get into more details when there's time for that, and the chief will.
Why not just answer the damn question? Those aren't ones, you're not hiding anything. Just say yes, it appears to have rammed through the door and made its way inside the building. It's not, there's nothing you're hiding and keeping, it doesn't matter. Only the killer knows, it's garbage.
Lay out exactly, specifically what happened, but we just want everybody to kind of know what's happening as we get it. More will come to you.
All right, thank you.
Sheriff, will you come back here to
But you guys, I'm not sure if you heard what I said. I need your guys' support for the channel tonight. But you seem to have to keep doing this every single night, where I have to ask 14,000 times. We had a horrendous night 2 nights ago, and last night I lost $650 because I donated 1,000, and then today we're doing terribly again. So we need to sort of try to do a little bit better. Any amount helps support the channel. We're trying to do challenges or gifted memberships or super chats, etc. Because my channel donates thousands of dollars every single month, and has done so for 6 years, where we've donated $289,000. So if you could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. And I would really appreciate it if I didn't have to seemingly ask all the way through the shows to try to get there. You guys know what we're doing here. You know what I mean?
this exact spot?
Whatever the chief believes. It's time we'll come back.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And it should be just obvious supporting a channel that actually does true crime the right way.
So, Chief Young and from the FBI. Obviously, a horrific thing happened tragically here in Oakland County again. So we've been through a number of these things.
This is the one that was later in the day. Oh, whoa, what the heck? Oh, we got Marty showed up in here. All right. Look at that. He said, I will send Gray basically 10 worth, the same value. 10 coffees if you guys do 10 gifted memberships. So there you go. It's 2 for 1 on your end. Can you beat that? Thank you, Marty's Bar and Grill.
And the one thing that I want to make sure the local community is aware of first and foremost is this community works together hand in glove. This community takes care of each other. And we have been communicating regularly. I have been texting the chief, not just in West Bloomfield, but every place that's got significant houses of worship, Jewish facilities, synagogues, temples, you name it, over the past 2 weeks. Obviously, what happens around the world sometimes affects us, so we have to think about it and be prepared for it. So we've been talking. I text actually the
I don't really
head of
care,
security
hillbilly,
from the temple
If he's
2
won
days
it
ago
15 times or
and
won or
communicated some information to him. So the first thing the community should know is that we, not just today, work together. We work together all the time. Our state, our federal, and local partners. Number one. Number two, we train. In our world, preparation is important. We hope and
Did you guys see that challenge that Marty put up in there? We had Wild Bill Wassman jump in, but we need 9 more gifted memberships to reach the challenge. Really helps out the channel a lot. Thank you.
pray it never happens, but that's not a strategy preparation is. So all of us have been training together for many years for active shooters or active assailants, mass casualty events, and tragically we've had way more.
Oh,
than
they're just actors, you know. You already know these. There's a certain contingent of people that make everything seem like it's not real. Like because they had practiced this, that means it wasn't real, and those are just crisis actors, and they're all just part of a thing there, you know. All right, there we go. We got 2, you guys. We need 8 more.
share. So that is ongoing and is in place. The third thing is important to note, no children and no staff were hurt. So we know there's evil in the world, and we know they only have to get it right once, and sometimes they do. They may not come on anybody's radar and they show up, but what happens when they show up, that's where training and preparation kicks in. The security staff did an amazing job. And you'll get some of the details on that, but they stopped the threat. No
Hey, thank you, Bengal Cat Chili and Phyllis Watson.
kids, no staff were hurt. Now, there were some injuries and things that had to be taken care of. One of the head of security was taken to the hospital. He got knocked down by the car when it breached the building, and we've had 30 law enforcement officers taken to the hospital for smoke inhalation. So a lot of our folks from my SWAT team and other agencies are still in treatment because that building became engulfed when the car, and we'll learn all of that through the investigation, why it became engulfed in flames, what was the ignition source, and I think the ATF is taking the origin of that source and origin of the fire. But in any event, what it did, it caused terrible, terrible smoke in that part of the building. And so when all of our people collectively went in that building to...
Yeah, that's pretty brave. I mean, it just went running into that crap, man. That thing could have blown up. It could have done whatever. You know, they don't know what they're dealing with, but to have that many people have smoke inhalation problems, I mean, that means they sort of had no regard for their own safety.
Search out the threat to remove innocent. A lot of them took in significant amount of smoke inhalation, and they're at the hospital being treated. So I also know you're going to have a lot of questions. A lot of those questions can't be answered at this point because it's super preliminary in the investigation. You know, all of us have thoughts of maybe why this happened.
Okay, we need 6 more gifted memberships to match Marty's challenge.
But we don't operate in a world where we can presume something. We have to determine it through investigation and specificity. And that is a work that's in progress as we speak. All of us will work seamlessly together to get the answers, and then it will be called what it is. Obviously, it's a hateful, terrible thing, right? But what drove this person into action, that has to be determined by the investigation. We can presume, but we have to find those facts, and that's going to happen over the next days in time. So we won't be...
Oh, wait, hold on one second, hold on. This is unrelated, but somebody just sent me this. So remember that kid that went missing? It said, body of missing Long Island teen Thomas Medlin found in New York City Bay 2 months after he vanished. The body of a missing Long Island teen found floating in Brooklyn waters more than 2 months after he mysteriously vanished. Thomas Medlin's body was positively identified Thursday. The 15-year-old was last seen on surveillance footage walking across the Manhattan Bridge in early January. That was a weird one. But, you know, I guess he finally, you know, I bet the backpack weighed him down, and then there was like decomposition made his body float up. It's crazy though, 2 months. Jeez. Anyways, that was just sent to me just now, so I thought I'd throw it out there. Sad, but not unpredictable.
Be able to get into a lot of the evidentiary questions, but we're available to...
All right, guys, we have the challenge up there. We need 6 more gifted memberships to reach Marty's challenge, all right? It's the only way to make my goals and whatnot if people are actively doing these. So we need to match that. It's 2 for 1 on your end because he's going to double it up.
Make sure the community understands that we are still on a very heightened platform. And the most important thing that I would tell the community, don't be afraid to call us. If we're not your own local police department, call your local police department. We'd rather respond to 100 nothings than miss one real deal. The only way we prevent something like this is to get a call. Something's off with my son, my brother, my boyfriend, whatever the case. I saw something posted. That's the only way we interdict, because people are more likely to see or hear something before us. So if you see or hear something, you have to communicate that. And then we can intervene and hopefully prevent. But if we can't prevent, then we respond and mitigate. That's what happened today. And I think based on the early information, it happened flawlessly. So with that, I'll kick it over to my friend Chief Young from West Bloomfield Police Department.
Thank you, Sheriff. My name is Dale Young. I'm the police chief of West Bloomfield. I want to share with you how we got to where we are today. So today we received a 911 call which came in around 12:19 p.m. It was about an active shooter situation at Temple Israel where the individual drove into the building. West Bloomfield officers arrived on scene under 5 minutes. Temple security officers engaged the individual and neutralized the threat. Our officers, combined with area agencies, cleared the building multiple times and safely and successfully evacuated all children and staff. This is an active crime scene, and we are examining every angle related to this situation. I will now turn this over to the FBI for further comment.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Runyon, last name Runyan.
Hey, it's Scully.
And I'm a special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office. This is a deeply disturbing and tragic incident, and our deepest sympathies.
Is there a reason why we can't get those other 6? I mean, this is just one of the normal challenges we do, you guys. We need 6 more gifted memberships to reach the challenge, and then Marty will send in 10 in the form of coffee all by himself. We just need 6 more. They're only $5.
Are with the victims, their family, and the entire Jewish community. The FBI is here working with our state, local, and federal partners to investigate this incident, and I can confirm that we are leading the investigation right now as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. As my partners have said, this is an active and ongoing investigation with an active crime scene, and I ask for your patience as we process this evidence and pursue every lead that has come to us and that we have developed thus far. What I can share is this. There was one subject involved in this incident who is now deceased. And as my partners have said, we've had no victim fatalities. I will not be able to provide additional information at this time on the subject or his motive, as our goal is to protect the integrity of this investigation and to ensure that we give you accurate and timely information as soon as we can. The FBI was notified of active shooter at Temple Israel at approximately 12:45. We immediately activated and deployed all of our crisis response resources, which includes our SWAT team, our crisis negotiation team, our evidence response team, our special agent bomb techs, our weapons of mass destruction team, our cellular analysis survey team, and our victim services, as well as more than 100 agents and analysts to ensure that we are actively mitigating and responding to the active threat, but also pursuing diligently and methodically every lead that we have. My ask to the public is a few things. I know everyone wants information now, but I ask that you be patient as we are still processing this scene and still pursuing everything that we can and that has come to us to date. Second, we've activated a digital media tip line for any witnesses who has photos or videos of the incident today. They can upload those at www.fbi.gov/West Bloomfield attack, all one word. But the public can also report through our call line at 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any information about this incident and or any other suspicious activity that you see around in your community, your life, your places of worship, your schools. As the sheriff said, we all need to remain vigilant, and it takes the whole community to ensure that we remain safe. I also understand that congregants may have left some personal effects at the synagogue, and as soon as we have a reunification site to get those effects to the affected victims, we will be sure and release that as soon as possible. I want to thank our partners and the first responders and the security personnel at Temple Israel who did an excellent job at mitigating this threat, and we're very grateful for their bravery and their service. Next, I'd like to bring up or offer up Stephen Ingberg, the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit.
As the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit, I'd love to say I'm shocked or I'm surprised, but I'm not. This is something that we train for. Thank you to all of the law enforcement officers who stand behind us and the many who don't. Thank you to our Jewish community security team. This is a tough time. It is a tough time, but we will get through this. We will get through this together. We will get through this stronger. And we'll continue to be loud and proud of being Jewish. This will not change us. This will not deter us, and we will continue. With that, I'd like to turn over to Rabbi Ariana Gordon of Temple Israel.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, there's so much that
Yeah, she won't be playing in the NBA anytime soon.
we don't know. We're going to be processing all of this in the days and weeks to come. But what I do want to say is a huge thank you to our law enforcement, to our Temple Israel security team, and to our early childhood center teachers who were the true rock stars of the day. They ensured that all of our children remained safe and calm throughout the entire day and got every single child safely reunited with their parents this afternoon. And for that, I can't express my gratitude enough. We are really appreciative to all of you for making sure that everyone made it home tonight.
We need 5 more.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, I think that's it. Obviously, we can't get into evidentiary questions, as I said, but I think the message
Why not, though? He's dead, you know? It's not like there's going to be a trial.
is clear that we all stand united, stand together, whether it's federal, state, county, or local. We're committed to keeping this community safe. If you think you can target the Jewish community in this county or anywhere in this state, you're wrong. We're going to not only stand in front of them to protect them, we're coming for you. So with that, thank you.
Well, I had something I was going to say. You know, in Iran, how they're, I guess Iranian oil ships they're allowing them to leave because they're not shooting those, but anybody else's they're shooting. So why don't we blockade their ships? I mean, like, or attach our ship to their ship, like right next to it, and then we, not our ship, but other oil ships go right with their ship. You know, so if they want to blow up that ship, then it's going to blow up both of them. You know, so I think that's the way we should do it. Is just sort of like, whenever they send theirs out, you send one of the big ships right next to it, and then maybe put another one, or block theirs until, I don't know how to do it, but somebody else is better at it. But hey, guys, I'm not sure what to say here, but. On my channel, every single day we try to raise funds in here. We are just really struggling this month. It's just such an effort on my part to try to make everything happen. I'm just doing the shows. I do the shows, you guys support the channel. My channel cannot survive without your guys' support on here. That's why the trolls always come in and try to get people to not support my channel. So if you guys could please, we just had a challenge in there by Marty. I don't know why it's so difficult to get people to, it never used to be a problem in here. But the channel relies on you guys. And you're why we've been able over the years to donate, so much money, the $289,000. I've also had ad revenue come in during that time. And that's part of that too. But people aren't watching videos. I don't know what it is. Like, YouTube is only pumping out the huge channels on, even if I make a video on Nancy Guthrie, it maybe gets 8,000 views and makes $27. So I need your guys' support, okay? We need 5 more gifted memberships to reach Marty's goal. It doesn't seem like it would be that hard. 2 Snickers bars cost $5, so we need 6 of those. All right, thank you. I mean, I know everybody works and all that kind of stuff, but if you can afford it, I would appreciate it. If you can't, don't send anything in. But that's how my channel has survived. I can't get more people to show up for this because I put out my notification earlier, did an earlier show. That used up one of my notifications, and not very many people showed up. We did terribly on that one, and now we're on another show, and I'm trying to make it on this one, and we're already starting off really badly on this one. So I don't know what to do. I can't. This is 3 days in a row. Yesterday was, we gave $1,000 to our scholarship fund, and you guys put in 500 and something, and that makes it so that I get 350. So I spent 650 and got back 350. Well, I spent 1,000, got back 350, so the net loss was $650. That's what we do here, though. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. I don't have any other way, anything else to tell you. I can't make stuff show up. Money. I can't just go, hey, I think my work that I do and the stuff that I put out's better than 95% of all the other people, but they're more entertaining because they're like, ooh, yay! And they try to make it seem like it's MK Ultra or some bullshit over and over and over again. I just tell you the truth, okay? So that's it. Hey, thanks. There was Michelle H up there. That was number, what was that? Michelle H was 5, right? And then we had down here, we had Jim Lawn, and then Michelle. Wait. Okay, Michelle H. And then Jim Lawn. And then Sherry C. Thanks, Sherry. And then we have Lisa Holland. So what does that put us at? 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we need 2 more of those, you guys. Yeah. Well, don't live in Chicago. Yeah, so it's we need 2 more gifted memberships to get to the 10. I'm not sure why that's so hard. It's amazing. I've never seen it take that long. All right, so the other one happened in Old Dominion, or at Old Dominion. And I have the press conference for that one too. And then a couple articles here. Yeah, so that, I don't know who this guy is right here. That's one who, I think that's who was killed. This guy right here. The gunfire erupted shortly before 11 a.m. in an ROTC classroom at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, officials said. Hey, thank you, Kim. And the thing is, other channels don't do what I'm doing, trying to raise the funds in here, because they don't give a nickel to anybody. All right, we've donated $289,000. We're at $9,000 this year currently, and we're just trying to keep the ball rolling, you guys. Keep the ball rolling. We try to make a difference outside. I think that's it, though. We did. All right. I think that's outside of, just the doing the videos itself. We make a big difference out there. But thank you so much to Kim and Moonshadow and all 10 of you that reached Marty's goal. Now we're going to have to get some more. That's the thing. We're not even close to anything here. We're at like 1/5 of a nightly goal, if you can believe that. Yeah, so the gunfire erupted shortly before 11 a.m. in an ROTC classroom at Old Dominion University in Norfolk. The victim, Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw, was an ROTC instructor. I guess he has 2 Bronze Stars. Described by Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger as a devoted teacher who didn't just lead a life of service to our country, he taught and led others to follow that path. The 2 other U.S. Army personnel were injured. U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll said, that's not the person who got shot. 2 other U.S. Army personnel were injured. And that's what the Secretary Dan Driscoll said. The gunman, a former member of the Army National Guard, who previously pleaded guilty to terrorism-related charges. Isn't that just ridiculous, you guys? No, I don't see it. I saw one from earlier today, Sandy. You talking about something now? Yeah, I saw the 5 that you sent in like during the show earlier in the day. Thanks. See, 2 other U.S. Army personnel were injured. U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, the gunman, a former member of the Army National Guard, who previously pleaded guilty to terrorism-related charges, was also killed in the shooting. That's how NBC words things. The FBI identified, and he wasn't killed in the shooting. He was killed by ROTC members, like these, and one of them had a knife and took this guy out. Not the guy in the picture, but the actual. I'm not sure if his picture's in here or not. Now, the FBI identified him as Mohammed Baylor Jallah, 36. Dominique Evans. Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't get it from you, Sandy. I didn't get it. Maybe it takes a while. I don't know. He was yelling, the Allah Akbar bullshit, You know how they do that. Hey, thanks, Sandy. There it is. Appreciate it. Boom. I was subdued by students who rendered him no longer alive. Rendered him no longer alive. That's what the lady at the press conference. While law enforcement officials have not yet confirmed a motive, federal authorities said in the previous 2016 case that Jallah was involved in a plot to murder U.S. military personnel. Why did he only serve such little time, and why was he allowed to stay in the United States after doing this? He traveled to North Carolina in 2016 to attempt to buy an AK-47, but the gun owner refused to sell it, according to the federal authorities. He then bought an AR-15 at a local gun store on July 2nd, 2016, and was arrested the next day. Authorities said in the 2016 case that Jallah attempted to provide funds to people hoping to join the Islamic State terrorist group, better known as ISIS. Jallah ultimately pleaded guilty to attempting to provide material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization and was sentenced to 11 years in prison, as well as 5. So he should have been out in 2027. As well as 5 years of supervised release. Bureau of Prison Records show that Jallah was released in 2024. Under federal law, defendants must serve at least 85% of their sentence when they receive credit for good behavior. At his sentencing hearing in 2017, Jallah told the judge that this entire crime is not who I am. It's not who I plan to be, and it's not who I have been. The school sent out an urgent alert at 10:48 a.m. about an active threat in the building at 11:30 a.m. The school described the incident as an active shooter situation and said the shooter had been neutralized. It did not provide further details. Norfolk Police and the Washington Field Division of Bureau Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives responded. In a statement, Spanberger expressed her condolences and said she was praying for the victims, their families, and every Virginian who has been touched by this terrifying shooting. I encourage community members to continue following guidance from the university and local emergency officials. Norfolk Police School said students from the nearly all Norfolk high schools were on ODU's campus for a tour at the time of the shooting. I don't want to keep reading this crap. All right, let's see what next. Not sure what that was. All right, who's going to do another challenge, you guys? We're still only at, like I said, about 30% right now. We're just absolutely getting crushed. The last 3 days, really. Yesterday was okay, but not really. I mean, you know, it's like... We're currently today at 1/5 of a nightly goal, if you can believe that. Hero ROTC cadet fatally stabbed ISIS supporting Old Dominion. I mean, that's amazing, man. That's like getting right in there, you know, taking what you learn. No, he's not going to get thrown in jail. No way. There's no. Don't listen to him, Debbie. That's not happening. That's not happening in this case. A heroic ROTC student fatally stabbed the crazed ISIS-linked gunman who opened fire inside an Old Dominion University classroom Thursday, preventing further carnage, law enforcement sources said. Shooter Mohammed Baylor Jallah, 36, gunned down an instructor before the unidentified cadet jumped into action to put an end to the suspected terror attack on the Virginia College campus. Do you guys actually hear me when I say, like, hey guys, we really need to get the support going? Do you guys actually hear it, or is it just sort of going one ear out the other because I've said it so many times? I mean, it just never seems like when I say something, it has an effect, and I'm really letting you guys know it's hard to continue. You know, it's hard to just do show hour after hour, and there's no continual support from the people watching. It just doesn't. I could be doing something else, you know. Shooter Mohammed Baylor Jallah, 36, gunned down an instructor before the unidentified cadet jumped into action to put an end to the suspected terror attack. Hello. Hey, look at that. Thank you. 21 months by DDWM. Jallah was previously convicted of trying to support ISIS, walked into the classroom, and asked if this was... He actually walked into the room and said, hey, is this the ROTC room? Yeah, we've got it. We've talked about all that stuff all the time. These judges and everybody who let people out, you know, apparently he had good behavior. It was the original sentence that sucked. He should, and we should have a law. He's a naturalized citizen, so it should be, if you come in here and you commit a crime like that, something like against the country, your citizenship is automatically revoked and you're sent back to the country you came from. That's how it should work. Nobody even answered my question when I said, do you guys even hear me when I... It's just amazing. Jallah, who was previously convicted of trying to support ISIS, walked into the classroom and asked if it was the ROTC class, sources told the Post. When someone told him it was, he began his trail of bloodshed, which the FBI is investigating as an act of terrorism. The shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued his actions that undoubtedly saved lives, along with the quick response of law enforcement. I guess that's the guy right there. Two of the other victims were also wounded in the... I guess you're the only one that hears me, Wild Bill. But thanks, Wild Bill. I wish everybody else would be helping, you know, as well, because you always seem to be supporting the channel. I mean, I hope it's, you know, I don't want people sending in money if you can't do it, you know. Why not? You already sent something in, Sandy, so I wasn't talking to you. I don't know why you do that. You just always, you type in sentences that the trolls love to read, you know. You know, it's just, not sure why you do that. Alright, gotta get rid of that one. Let's see. Two other victims were also wounded in the hail of bullets, but appear to be in stable condition. Man, that must be so creepy when that shit happens. Alright. Old Dominion University attacker had passed ties to ISIS.
In the deadly Old Dominion University shooting, previously pled guilty to providing support to the Islamic State. Tonight, the suspect is dead after killing one person and injuring 2 others.
This all happened this morning at an academic building. We are now learning
Thank
some
you,
of the
Wild
victims
Bill
were
Rossman.
set to join the military. Saida Abbas live in the newsroom with more on the latest details on this. Saida.
Shamari and Shirin, we have just learned the dead suspect has been identified as Mohammed Jalloh. He was formerly in the Army National Guard. Back in 2016, he was convicted of trying to give material support to the Islamic State of Iraq. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 11 years in prison, but was reportedly released in December of 2024. Now his alleged attack happened in the middle of the Norfolk, Virginia campus. It happened at Constant Hall, which is part of the College of Business, just before 10:45 this morning. Tonight, the 2 of the victims remain in the hospital in stable condition. The U.S. Army Cadet Command says 2 of the victims in the shooting were members of the university's ROTC program. One of them self-transported to a hospital in Virginia Beach. ODU police chief says the suspect was found dead, but at this point it is unclear how he died. Police spending hours clearing classrooms after the attack.
Do everything that we can to protect the students here. Every one of these kids are my kids. And I treat them the same way and protect them the same way as I would my own children that are away at college. And I get it because I have a...
I don't know who this guy is, but he was an idiot.
...child who's about 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 30 seconds too far away from me. So I completely get it.
Tonight, police are still asking for anyone who knows anything to contact the FBI. Old Dominion University is a public school with over 23,000 students, thousands from our own backyard in Northern Virginia. Classes remain.
All right, here's that press conference. It's different than the one that you were just seeing. That was like earlier or something.
Now is there's 1 deceased victim and
that's how it starts.
2 at the hospital. We are saddened by this tragedy in our community. The FBI mourns the loss of life in this abhorrent tragedy and violence. I'd like to acknowledge the students who showed extreme bravery and courage by containing the containing the shooter and stopping further loss of life. The FBI is now the lead investigative agency investigating this as an act of terrorism. The shooter has been identified as Mohammed Baylor.
It's a religion of peace if you follow what they believe. If you don't, forget it.
Jalloh. In 2016, Jalloh was arrested and pled guilty for attempting to provide material support to ISIL, now known as ISIS. Jalloh was sentenced to prison in October of 2017 and was released from prison in 2024. FBI Norfolk's Joint Terrorism Task Force and our evidence response team responded to the scene, and we will continue to have a physical presence here at the scene as we process the evidence. Additionally, we are conducting other investigative steps into Jalloh and the specifics of the shooting. We have dedicated analytical and tactical support. We are aiding in this investigation throughout the entire time. We will continue to work alongside of our partners and those in the community to find answers. The FBI continues to ask for the public's help in providing any information that could lead us in resolving this investigation, and we remind the public that any detail, no matter how small, could be useful. A collection of those small details may help paint a complete picture. We ask that the public submit their tips to www.
Did it say what hall it was in at the beginning? I don't remember that part.
www.fbi.gov/ODU shooting. Do you have any questions for me or for my partners here? Yes?
With so little details that we know about the shooting so far, how are we able to confirm that this was an act of terrorism?
How it was an act of terrorism? I can tell you that we have confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he shouted, stated Allah Akbar, and he was formerly a subject of a FBI investigation in material supporting terrorism.
Well, here's where ROTC is over here.
Agent, were there explosives in his car?
We have no information about any explosives in his car or anywhere else at this time.
Did he have one weapon?
As far as I know, we only know of one weapon that he had on his person at this time.
What kind of aid was he giving to ISIL 10 years ago?
He wanted to conduct a terrorist attack similar to that in Fort Hood, Texas.
Is there any mention of the war in Iran right now?
None whatsoever.
How was he deceased?
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
Yeah, so they don't want to say. But there's no way in hell there's going to be any ramifications or anything to that student. They might give him counseling, like, oh, wow, that must be hard to do that. But I don't know. I think if you're protecting people, I don't think you would feel shitty at all for killing somebody who's shooting other people in a terrorist attack. I think you'd be proud of yourself. I mean, there'd be no, you're not sitting around feeling guilty at all for taking a life in that situation.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
He shot 3 people?
Correct.
See, he was not shot. So what they're saying, they know that. I don't know why they're not just saying that. When somebody asks, how was he killed, and they wouldn't say it.
Correct. We have information that he shot 3 people.
The one that went to Virginia Beach for treatment, was that person just winged or grazed?
So I don't have any information at this time about the specific, life-threatening or not otherwise to the 2 that are still alive. But at this time, we're respecting the victims of the shooting. That includes not only the ones that were shot, but all of the people here at ODU I consider our victims. This is a tragic event, and I do ask that you look at that. You're all part of our community too. And so I just want to throw that out there too, to give the respect and the time needed to provide that additional information about the victims.
Did you say he was released in 2024?
Correct.
What was the Bureau's intelligence level on him since then?
So I don't have any of that information right now. That's because this is an ongoing investigation. After we learned of his name, we confirmed that he was formerly a subject of material support to terrorism investigation and obviously was sentenced for that. But I don't have any information indicating that he was known or an ongoing problem.
Okay, one more question. Do you have more specifics on how he was subdued?
Yeah, the brave ROTC members in that room subdued him. And if not for them, I'm not sure, what else he may have done. But that's exactly, they confronted him and they subdued him, and he was no longer able to conduct any further attack.
That was the last one? Go ahead. Okay. Since there were ROTC students involved, is there any reason to believe that they were targeted?
Well, I believe that at this time we have to take all the information that we will receive from the victims. So I don't want to make any preemptive judgments or anything to this at this time exactly. Keep in mind we're going to look at forensic information, anything that he may have had interest specifically for any targets. And because I don't have that yet, I can't confirm that at this time.
Do you know how many people were in the classroom?
I don't know the exact number of the people in the classroom.
How long do you suspect this investigation will last?
It's a fair question. It really completely depends. So we obviously are going to dig in, and this is why we need the public support to where he may have been before this, who he may have been in contact with, if he had any other supporters, anybody providing him information. So we have to track every single lead down, and that is exactly what the FBI will do. Every single lead, we're going to track down the veracity of the information and make sure that we have a full investigation with as much information, again, to ensure that there isn't anyone else that he may have been receiving support from as well.
Do you have any evidence that he was self-funded?
No, I don't have anything at this time.
Thank you, everyone.
Anything else? No? Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's that. I don't know, it just feels like it's just going to keep escalating here. We've had 4 attacks by three of them seem to be kind of rogue individuals, and then the 2 in New York were, you know, maybe something more. But hey guys, we need you guys' support on the channel still. We are just having another one of those horrific nights, if you can believe it. We're currently at a third of just a basic goal here. And this is what we did 2 nights ago. Yesterday we had our donation night, or not a donation night, but we donated $1,000 to our scholarship fund out of the income from the channel. And you guys put in, I think, total around 500 or so. So that was good. But now we're having another night here. So if you guys have the ability to purchase channel memberships, maybe do another challenge. If somebody could do like 5, and then 5 other people, that would really help get us moving. It just seems like it's so different. You guys notice? I mean, it's just so hard nightly. You know, I could sit here for 45 minutes and not a soul will support the channel, and that's hard to do, man. It's really hard. All right, so I do have some scanner audio from this one.
All units en route, including 200. If you're
Let's see if
still
we can
advised
hear
and listening, just be advised 2 victims at 1200 block of 49th is safe for medics, so that's where they are sending the medics at this time. I believe more units are going to be staging over there as well.
Copy, thank you. I'm listening to both channels. 500 radio.
Stand by, I'm on hold.
Okay, where's your post? 641 to all MPD units. Shift over to the building.
Oh wait, hold on a second. I think I got to do this again. Yeah, it looks like it's backwards. Looks like it fell on deaf ears yet again. All right, let's see. It's supposed to be in that order. Special truncate silence, apply, and slide that over. Okay, so here we go. Well, let me export that again. And then Phyllis Watson sent that gifted membership in, and we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 comments since then. Are you guys that disinterested in these cases, or what? Hey, thanks, Randizzle Randy. See, it'd be great if, like, we were having a challenge right here that these people would have been adding to, but we just don't even get those.
Go ahead.
I copied 220's transmission on second main. Nuclear main not needed. Give me a criminal enforcement message on the 5-point area, please.
Yeah. 245.
45.
Have you searched for the suspicious at Cromwell and Chesapeake Boulevard for a iPhone crash notification? It's a silent line, no response heard. All they heard was air in the background. I'm just requesting a unit over there to check it out.
Okay. 20, can you copy a social?
Go ahead.
227-970326. Date of birth is 8/13/03. Breasia Brown.
Copy. Breasia Brown of Godfrey Avenue at a Norfolk, date of birth 8/13/03, showing license. His return with protection orders on file as well, otherwise negative 123s.
I think it starts pretty
Is she
soon.
the protected party or the respondent?
It looks like she's a respondent.
244.
44.
Do you want a social for me?
Go ahead.
It's only 16 minutes long.
693-0159-76. You should come back to Antoine Howard.
Copy. Antoine Howard Jr., Piccadilly Street, Norfolk, date of birth 1/8/05, is showing license, negative BSIN and CIC.
4 block copy.
General Barnes, on a motor vehicle accident with injuries, Lafayette Boulevard, Breast Avenue, involving a gray Passat and also a bicycle, 1033 Avenue.
I don't know. Maybe iPhones can detect.
Be advised, it looks like it was a VW versus a bicycle. Cyclist looks like he hit his face on the windshield. We do have medics en route to the location. Here's clear.
Morning, can you come along?
Go ahead.
22857. Be working CSV 7447 Central Business Park Drive, 1700.
Copy, you're going to be 1224-1224.
Copy. Can I have the last 3 of the cabs when you get a chance?
Yes, sir. Last 4 of your cabs going to be 231-231.
Copy that. Can you give me any updates, please?
Don't have any updates as of yet. Great, 236. Alright, now Virginia Beach is on the phone asking what they want us to do with her once they found her, even though I told them. Can I give them a phone number or get a phone number from them for y'all to talk to each other?
Yes.
We're going to switch over to I copy.
45 radio.
45, go ahead.
Yes, that suspicious that Chesapeake and Cromwell, we go ahead and clear that to us. We didn't see anything as we drove through there.
Copy, thank you.
45.
Go ahead.
You don't have any jam tags.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Marty, for the coffee.
Uniform Victor Frank 86.
Thank you, Marty's Bar and Grill.
8632.
Copy, should return to a 2013 Volkswagen, silver in color, to a Craig Craddock of Breast Avenue in Norfolk, expiration 12/31 and 26. It's negative 170.
I think it's coming up.
Can you add that to my message, please?
Yes, sir.
226 radio.
226.
Can I get a assistant in the 1200 block of Shepherd Avenue with the detective division?
Copy.
Copy, sir. Sorry, I can't get to my phone. Hey, Jim, do 5 on the phone with word process.
Yes, ma'am. Be advised, lights at Brambleton and 2nd Street and I believe multiple intersections on or around that location have lights out. I don't know if Dominion has a power outage.
Copy. Red Maple Street Supervisor 10-8.
20 go.
Yes, I know you're currently on message. Just be advised, I currently have a TDO pending over at Kensville Centero Lee where they need to be transported to Williamsburg Pavilion. They're just not sure if they're medically cleared yet or not.
I have them called back and that person's medically cleared.
Go ahead.
Can you show me en route to that injured?
Oh, yeah.
Copy.
Yeah, Randizzle, look at you're a channel member now. I was thinking about I guess I didn't really think about it. I was just looking at your name and it looked different. I didn't know why.
243.
43. Go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead and pick me up from a runaway and put me in the unity Shepherd address 1200 Shepherd.
Copy.
Ready to get me any further of that?
Negative. Just have a report of students running out of the building, possible shooter.
Here we go.
Contact the ODU. Go ahead.
What unit do we have on the Norfolk General prisoner watch detail? 462. Can you start that way, please?
Copy.
451 route.
Copy.
Got SOT en route.
Copy.
851 806 and 805.
So this is them
We
responding.
weren't
now.
able to get any further.
45.
45.
Yes, man, can you change us to the first, to the audio?
Yeah. Stand by just one. Break. Radio to A, Naval Street, Sergeant 10-8.
20, go ahead.
Yeah, we just didn't understand what your
Quite a
predicament
few
was.
calls in from ODU advising of an active shooter at this time.
Copy.
Active shooter, okay.
45, I'm swapping you over.
35, you can send me to the first as well. I'm down here already.
Copy. Units switching to the first. If you're coming off of a call, you need to tell me how you're clearing so I can put you directly on it.
36, First Harvest Highway. 20 assistance provided, send me.
23, same traffic. 231, I'm en route.
Copy. All units en route, be advised you need to swap over to the first. At this time, we're advised that a female has been shot at this time. Looks like the shooter was a male, and apparently the caller is saying he's been taken down.
I already knew he was taken down.
Switching over to the first. If you're not immediately put on the call, you will be in time. I'm just trying to catch up.
Homicide is going to be 49th Street. Where's the outside? Hey, we're saying he's in the west. In the west. Alright, now, officers in the west. Check the weather. 2025. In the seminar room. Alright, we're in the west. Everything's to the floor over here.
All units responding to ODU. Switch over to first main. Is the air clear? Call 4.
Negative.
Call 4, can you copy my log on, please? Can you switch her off for me, please?
641 radio.
Radio to any available unit over here that is taking command since Sway swapped over to the first.
3-4.
Copy.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means. But you didn't join.
Sir, I apologize. We've got a lot happening. Are you switching
You
to
don't know
the
what
first?
that means.
451 radio.
451, go ahead.
Alright, send me all your traffic units. I'm going to need them for traffic control. Send me any traffic unit you have available. Where are you at? First traffic unit on scene. I need you at 49th and Hampton. 49th and Hampton. Alright, I got you. 6-1 on this building.
Oh yeah, it didn't allow you to take it.
Alright, traffic units. Traffic units. I want you to go to Detective Alt. Traffic units, Detective Alt.
Car 50.
Left unit.
Car 50, show me en route to the active.
I copy.
853 radio, where are medic stages?
Is the air clear?
Air is clear.
200. If you haven't already, let's hold all low priority messages in case we need to help out the first with anything.
Copy that. Holding all low priority at 1054. Just be advised they are... Actually, disregard the last. I'll just hold them for now.
I copy, thank you.
No, for copy.
If you don't have anything going on, I'll take the updates now. I've been listening for about the past minute.
Updates at this time. We have 2 victims. One for sure non-life threatening. They advise shooter possibly down at this time.
I copy, thank you. 36, I don't know if you're showing us over here, but we're over here at ODU as well.
Copy, sir. Any units that weren't originally put on the call that need to be put on it, please advise me now.
I think you just asked me to.
Copy.
200, I'm trying to confirm. Is it 49th and Hampton?
We've got quite a few different locations. I believe they're telling medics to come in at 49th and Hampton at this time.
I copy. Whenever you get a second, if you're able to find out, just let me know. Thank you.
Copy. I'm attempting to find the command post now.
Thank you, ma'am.
All units en route, including 200, if you're still advised and listening, just be advised 2 victims at 1200 block of 49th is safe for medics, so that's where they are sending the medics at this time. I believe more units are going to be staging over there as well.
Copy. Thank you. I'm listening to both channels. 500 radio.
Stand by, I'm on hold.
Hey, where's the command post?
All units en route, including 200, if you're still advised and listening, just be advised 2 victims at 1200 block of 49th is safe for medics, so that's where they are sending the medics at this time. I believe more units are going to be staging over there as well.
Copy, thank you. I'm listening to both channels.
500 radio.
Stand by, I'm on hold.
Okay, where's your command post?
641 to all MPD units. Shift over to the building north of the Conference Center. It's going to be where everything's happening.
504 to all property crimes units, meet at 49th and Hampton. 472, what channel are they working on?
They're on the first, but we have units on detective hold as well.
Hi, copy. I'm en route. Radio, where's command post?
Let you know.
Hey, are we going to start needing to breach these doors at a while? 2:30, I'm back in service and monitoring second lane.
Copy. 19 Alpha Radio. 119 Alpha. Can I get a citywide detail on Sol 1600, please? Copy.
Come on down. Hey, send me another officer down here. Down the hallway.
461 on second, go.
Alright, detectives tied up versus tied up. Getting vest for a bicyclist, non-life threatening. Can you have a unit go by there and take care of that for me? I'm single 9 and over to you.
Copy. At this time, I have no units available. I'll have to pull them.
I understand that. Look, I'm going to be tied up here for a while. If one comes available, could you send them that way? If not, I'll take care of it when I can. But I am tied up.
Copy that.
If you would place me on this map, I'll just back the ball to traffic unit. Hey, come to me. Jake Reeves, come to us. Come with us.
2:30, I heard some transmission from traffic.
Over at Lockgrass Boulevard, they got on scene. 46 advised non-life threatening. 44 did respond over there as well, but I had to clear them up to ODU at this time. I'm not sure what's this doing. Yes, sir. Medics were dispatched, and I believe they cleared it.
Okay, then let it fit.
Copy that. We're at 244.
44.
Yes, sir. Just be advised the first is obviously tied up, so they're requesting assistance with a call over there. We've got a commercial robbery alarm at 301 Riverview Avenue. It's going to be for CHKD Fort Norfolk. Clear, clear. Slash unit. Is it there, clear? Signal. Rita, where's the command post? It's the building north of the Constance Connect. Please do. I didn't copy. Alpha Radio, I didn't copy. Do we have a location, like a street? Not sure exactly.
Here's 98.
Switch for then, 8, come 4.
2:30 of the units responding to the robbery. They got the first main and all tied up for the incident, so I need you guys just to work it off second main so I can be advised. Copy. Copy. 200, I'll be on first main. Switching over.
Copy that.
502 radio.
502.
All detectives are going to be operating off of Event C, in reference to incident at ODU. All detectives will be operating off of Event C.
Copy on Event C.
500, if you don't already, show me on C, please.
Copy.
503 to all detectives. Come over to the south gate of the Valley Bay football complex and rendezvous here.
502 to all detectives, switch to Event C, third tack. Event C, third tack. All detective units switch to Event C, third tack.
Car 35 radio.
Okay.
Yeah, leave me logged on. I am at those. You can put me on that, please.
Detectives has not responded to the ODU incident, respond to the ODU incident, and switch to Event C. 500 dispatch.
500.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a supervisor in the radio room right now?
Was that you again, Wild Bill?
Hey, would you mind having the supervisor give me a call? I'll give you my cell phone number. I'm trying to call through, and based on this incident, it's not coming through.
Go ahead with the number.
469-5039.
Copy. I'll have our 911 manager call you.
Thank you. Just trying to get some information on victims. Appreciate it.
Copy.
Car 55 to Lieutenant Vernon. Good. Can you give me a call? If you have my number, it's Mila.
Yes, I'll call you now.
232 to dispatch.
32, go. Sir, I cannot hear you over the background noise.
There was only 2 victims at ODU.
At this time, that's what we know.
No, there's 3. There's one.
Copy, I just wanted to relate to the hospital.
Copy, I believe they're still evacuating people at this time, so we are not completely sure of the number. It's 2 at this time.
But copy, log on, please.
Go.
24276, vehicle 6627, phone number 9106116, 9106116. Assume car 8 duties while the incident. So if you need anything that requires my assistance, please contact me.
Copy.
Car 55.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Please change my call sign to car 8.
Copy that.
243.
Well, I think that's about it on that. All right, what do we need to do tonight to reach the goal, you guys? Can somebody try to do another challenge of some sort? Seems like those things work, but we hardly get those anymore either. So it's like it's hard to reach the goals. We're currently at, and people don't like the scanner audio. Like, you know, you have 180 people, then it goes all the way down to 137. They don't like to hear it. I don't know. Just 137 people. It's not really. It's just going to get worse. I mean, you guys are talking about cell phones, for God's sakes. I mean, it's just so. All right. Well, anyways, I think it's just going to be more and more attacks. The sleeper cells are the scary ones because those are the people that have planned it out and they have something more of a plan. You know, it always makes me nervous when you have an incident like this one today up in Michigan where there was so much there was so much activity brought in by him ramming that in. There was literally 100 cop cars there. So it makes you nervous. You know, like, did they watch that? Was that like an actual intentional thing to see what the response would be? And then you have something similar, do it again at another time in another place, while the real target is somewhere else. And that means you drew all the police over here. Like, let's say, for example, today... I know, I think I was too low there. Let's say today, for example, when all the police were here, and they're all walking around the building, you know, overkill, basically, and then another attack happened, like, over, you know, somewhere else, over here. Well, there wouldn't be any police. I mean, they all just went over there, right? I mean, there would hardly be any available to go respond to the actual target. So that's a kind of scary situation. So that's what I look out for. I just, you know, nobody knows when the next one. I mean, tomorrow there might be another one. The next day. It's just, it's so crazy to me. Somebody posted something I guess that something Teddy Roosevelt said. Let me see, where is that? Teddy Roosevelt famously demanded 100% Americanism from immigrants. I agree with that. I actually totally agree with that. I don't want an immigrant in here who has an allegiance to their other country. Do you? Put a 1 if you're okay with that. That's ridiculous. Americanism from immigrants insisting they renounce foreign allegiance, adopt the English language. I totally agree with that too. Adopt the English language and become Americans and nothing else, he argued in his hyphenated American speech. He said, "The only man who is a good American is the man who is an American and nothing else. There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. We have room for but one flag. We have room for but one language here, and that is English, the English language. And we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is a loyalty to the American people. The foreign-born population of this country must be an Americanized population. No other kind can fight the battles of America either in war or peace." Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with that more. I think that's absolutely true. And that's exactly what I say all the time. When you've got these people who, from Mexico, they come over here through the border and they work, and then they're sitting around in our cities, and then when there's a problem happening, they wave their Mexican flag around and they root for the Mexican soccer team when they play the United States. And it's like, go back home then. You know, what are you doing here? You know, you're an embarrassment. I mean, you're not even, you have no allegiance to the United States. You don't give two shits about our country. Get the hell out of here. And I don't understand why more people don't see that. It's a huge problem. I mean, the reason we won the independence, War of Independence, is because everybody was like, "This is my country," and they fought their asses off. It was just like kind of like World War II too, like protecting our country from what would be coming later, and they just fight really hard. But what would make you fight hard if you're like, you know, like we're at war against Iran, and you're Iranian, and you sort of have allegiance to them too? That's ridiculous. It's stupid. Why did you come here then? It's crazy. I don't get it. I'm just saying, what is it that what in there can you disagree with? Nothing. But hey guys, any chance we could try to reach the challenge, or the goal tonight, you guys? We are currently just absolutely not even close. We're at 40%. So if you guys could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We need channel memberships, and maybe 2 challenges or 3 from now we'd make it, but at this point we're not even close. So is there any chance you guys could do it? I mean, I hate to just keep asking. This is what I'm relegated to, though. It seems like my channel should deserve better support than it gets lately. It's just crazy, you know? Like having to ask. 14 is so it's demoralizing, you know? Let's see. Where was that? And we're not even at $100, you guys. That's incredible. Just so bad. Yeah, so this is that's the quote right there. Like Theodore Roosevelt quotes. It's all in there in one place. In the first place, we should insist that the immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us. He shall be treated, it's he or she, right? Shall be treated on an exact equality with everyone else, for it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed or birthplace or origin. But this is predicated upon the person becoming in every facet an American, and nothing but an American. There can be no divided allegiance here. Any man who says he is an American, but something else also, isn't an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language here, and that is the English language. And we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is a loyalty to the American people. Wow, that's a pretty amazing comment there by Theodore Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. I mean, are you guys even hearing me? I mean, this is all, we're just all going to go away as a show here. This is what's been the feeling that I'm having. It's just, I don't know what to tell you guys, man. I tell you guys this, it doesn't seem like it should be that difficult, and yet it is. Every single night. I don't get it. I'm here, I do the shows, and I need people who watch the shows to support my channel. Tip as if you're going to a restaurant or something. And that's how we do it. And I just don't have the ability to spend the whole day putting together all the clips and articles to show up to a show and have people just, yeah, screw it, Gray. Yeah, forget it, Gray. Yeah. You know, that's what the trolls say. Shit like that. Hey, Gray, nobody should have to. So what do you guys need me to do? Anybody? What do you guys need me to do here? I'm just waiting for an answer. Yeah, Ilhan Omar is somebody that should be kicked out of the country tomorrow. She's absolutely shouldn't be here. She does not have any allegiance to the United States whatsoever. She's an embarrassment. Yeah, she shouldn't be here. Yeah, what I'm asking, I need the support from the people when I'm doing my shows, super chats, channel memberships, etc. I'm asked like 10 times, 15, 20 times tonight, and it's just an absolute struggle all the way through. And so what we do on this channel is we try to reach the specific goals every single night, and that allows us to, my channel to survive, and then we're also able to give money. Like we just gave $1,000 to our scholarship fund last night, and it just seems like lately people are just apathetic to supporting the channel. That's it. Yeah, when you have 50,000 people watching, it doesn't matter because you get ad revenue. We don't get that here. And the worst part is having to ask all the time. You guys know what we do here, and it just is, it's what the trolls feed on, you guys. And so what do you want me to do? Do you want me to do shows where I just shut the hell up, do the shows, we bring in $50, and multiply that times 30, that'd be $1,500. We're not donating a nickel. Okay, is that what you want me to do? I don't know what you want me to, that's the thing. It's like I either have to sit here and keep asking, or we get crushed. You know, that's the problem. Hey, thanks, Kim from Rochester. You did a great job. Thanks for your... Yeah, thank you. It's usually like $250 is the minimum goal. That's not even where I donate the 5 memberships. But $250 doesn't really... It's not great. And the reason it's not is because YouTube takes 30%. You multiply that times 30, and you're looking at like $5,500 for the month, which we donated $5,000 last month. So you're not able to do that. You know, you have to have ad revenue. You got to get the support for the channel up. You know, it's easy. It should be simple. You know, but it's not. Anyway, thanks, Kim from Rochester. All right, so we got everybody's now covering the case of the missing Major General William McCasland. Right, so there's people watching, just sort of randomly watching right now. So this is the reality here. Look, see this? My channel, since January of 2020, we donated $22,000 in 2020, $42,000. This is out of my income that comes in, $42,500. Then 2022, $62,000. Then 2023, $57,350. Then 2024, $49,000. 2025, $46,201, and we're at $9,000 this month. In 2026, which equals $289,112 since January of 2020. All right, so we're out there making a difference outside of actually doing the video, and that's kind of what we do here. And it doesn't happen if we have nights like this. So we need to see if we can get the support up here, maybe do a challenge or two, try to get to the goal. If not, it's just chalked up as another, we're way behind already. So not really what, I don't sure what to tell you. That's the truth. We're at a rate, last month there was 28 days. This month has 31. And we are thousands of dollars short of even last month. If you project it out, we're 4,000 less than a 28-day month. That's pretty bad. Yeah. So what I'm asking is, if you're watching the channel, if you could please help support the channel with gifted channel memberships, etc., that would be great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Elon, Omar, Khalid, there's like 4 or 5 of them that really just shouldn't be Americans. And they're acting, they just don't give a shit. Their allegiance is foreign, not here. You can tell just by their behavior. All right. So we're going to switch over to the Major General William McCasland again. Apparently there's more articles about it. People are talking about it. Yeah, so this was, it's kind of an interesting story. Yeah. The FBI is assisting a local sheriff's office in the search for a missing retired Air Force general who disappeared from his home in late February. We covered this on the 4th, but about 8 days ago. Retired Major General William Neal McCaslin held a number of space research, acquisition, and operation roles within the air. These are articles from today. National, roles within the Air Force and the National Reconnaissance Office while enlisted, according to the Air Force. The roles included director-level positions at the Pentagon, as well as commanding the Phillips Research Site of Air Force Research Laboratory at Kirkland Air Force Base in New Mexico, and the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the UFO world is a pretty big deal. That's where they supposedly back-engineered UFOs from the Roswell incident. McCaslin, 68, left his Albuquerque, New Mexico home on February 27th and hasn't been seen since, according to the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. Due to the background and established partnerships, BCSO is coordinating closely with multiple agencies, including the FBI Albuquerque Field Office, the Sheriff's Office said, adding in a subsequent update that they have so far uncovered no evidence of foul play. McCaslin is described as 5 feet 11, 160 pounds, with white hair and blue eyes. He's believed to have left home on foot. So if you believe he left home on foot, then what happened to him? Despite the collective efforts of law enforcement and community, we still do not know what happened to Neal after he left home on February 27th, the BCSO added. Our priority is finding Mr. McCaslin safely, Sheriff John Allen said. We're asking the public to help by checking any and preserving any security camera footage from the area and reporting any information immediately. Missing retired U.S. Air Force General William Neal McCaslin had a brief association with the UFO community, but doesn't have insight. I was wondering if a fanatical UFO person actually abducted him. They wanted the answers. I mean, I've actually thought of people doing that before, but doesn't have inside intel on ET bodies that would be worth kidnapping him over, his wife has said. Susan McCaslin, Wilkerson attempted to clear up what she called misinformation around her husband's nearly 2-week disappearance after she was last spotted in Albuquerque, or he was last spotted in Albuquerque on February 27th. Hey, thanks Phyllis Watson for upgrading to Megazoid. Yeah, just being a member and hitting the like button. I'm just talking to the people that are out there that could actually help support the channel, but we don't seem to be able to get to them. We've had probably 6 different people with 180 people watching support the channel tonight, multiple times for some of them. And I'm just trying to figure out a way. It feels like people just aren't really interested in what we're doing. It's like we make such a big difference. We've given Texas EquiSearch over 30,000. We've given the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children over 30,000. We've given Texas EquiSearch, NCMEC, and RAIN, all over 30,000. Our DNA fund over 100. Our scholarship fund 24,000, and all these other great things that we do. And so, how do we keep that going without your guys' support? That's what I don't really get. Like, what do you want me? I can't invent money coming in. I can't click a finger. It's just kind of up to you guys. McCaslin, 68, led the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Base in Ohio, which is long rumored to hold extraterrestrial debris tied to the 1947 Roswell crash. That's just what I was saying. Neil does not have any special knowledge. Well, of course she would say that, though. I mean, that's the thing. If you're skeptical, you're going to go, well, of course his wife's going to say that. Neil does not have any special knowledge about the ET bodies. Why did you say the ET bodies and debris from Roswell crash stored at Wright? I mean, that's kind of an interesting sentence, right? Neil does not have any special knowledge about the extraterrestrial bodies and debris from Roswell crash. He doesn't have any special knowledge. But she said, the ET bodies. Right? That's kind of interesting. Neil does not have any special knowledge about the ET bodies and debris from Roswell. That means that you're saying they exist. He just doesn't have a lot of special knowledge about it. That's how I would read that. However, Wilkinson revealed that McCaslin had a brief association after his retirement with former Blink-182 frontman Tom DeLonge, who co-founded a company that studies information about unidentified aerial phenomena. McCaslin was an unpaid consultant on military and scientific matters for the company, but after the connection was exposed in the WikiLeaks hacking scandal, there was less contact with Tom and the community pushing for release of UFO information. This connection is not a reason for someone to abduct Neil, she said. There have been no signs of the retired general, as the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office called on more than 600 Albuquerque households to gather their home camera footage to help locate McCaslin this week. Yeah, everybody always says it. Yeah. Alright, so this is, I guess she wrote this. Neil McCaslin has now been missing for 1 week. There has been no indication whatsoever of where he might be. There have been dozens of searches on foot, but officials and friends and neighbors of Neil, who coordinate with the official sources. There have also been horseback searches, drones with different capabilities, helicopters. They should get Texas Equisearch out there. 3 different types of search dogs, neighborhood canvassing, and looking for ring or wildlife videos. Organizations involved are Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, which is the lead organization, Albuquerque Field Office of the FBI, New Mexico State Search and Rescue, Albuquerque Mountain Rescue, Air Force Office of Special Investigation, Albuquerque Police Department, and maybe others of which I am unaware. I am so grateful to one and all of their unflagging, dedicated efforts and support. I would like to take this opportunity to dispel some of the misinformation circulating about Neil and his disappearance, mostly from uninformed media sources. The initial silver alert from BCSO mentioned medical conditions, which some have taken to mean Alzheimer's. Neil is at some risk, but not from dementia. He was not confused and disoriented. There was no concerning Friday morning telephone call to a close relative. I have been in contact with all his close relatives, I never heard about that, and some not so close ones. This is a complete fabrication. 3. It is true that when Neil was at the Air Force, he had access to some highly classified programs and information. He retired from the Air Force almost 13 years ago and had only very commonly held clearances since. It seems quite unlikely that he was taken to extract very dated secrets from him. And number 4, it is true that Neil had a brief UFO community, had a brief association with the UFO community through Tom DeLonge, former frontman for Blink-182 and founder of the organization To the Stars. Neil worked with Tom for a bit shortly after his Air Force retirement as an unpaid consultant on military and technical scientific matters to lend very similitude to Tom's fiction book and media activities. After the Russian hacked John Podesta's emails, there was less contact with Tom and the community pushing for release of UFO information. The connection is not a reason for someone to abduct Neil. Neil does not have any special knowledge about the ET bodies. I mean, so it's almost like she knows that they exist. Why wouldn't she say, Neil does not have any knowledge of bodies or anything like that at Roswell? She says, knowledge about the ET bodies and debris from Roswell crash, stored at Wright Pat. She's literally saying that there's bodies and the debris is stored at Wright-Patterson. He just doesn't have any special knowledge of it, the way that's written. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? All right, I'll just try it one last time. If you guys could please help support the channel tonight, we need gifted channel memberships. A challenge would be great. But I need you guys' support on the channel. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay. This connection is not a reason for someone to abduct Neil. Neil does not have any special... Do you guys read it the same way? Does anybody read it that way? Because I think that's the only way you can take it. Neil does not have any special knowledge about the ET bodies and debris from Roswell crash stored at Wright-Patterson. Right. Doesn't have any special knowledge. I mean, see, that too. It's like, doesn't have any special knowledge about it. And, but yeah, there are aliens, and there is a, you know, it's pretty weird. It's almost like he said that. He just didn't know much about it. So I mean, they should have followed up on that one. But at this point, with obviously no sign of him, maybe the best hypothesis is that aliens beamed him up to the mothership. However, no sightings of a mothership hovering above the Sandia Mountains has been reported. All the thoughts and prayers from around the country are much appreciated. I will update when any real information comes in. The bizarre missing person case in which McCaslin walked from his home on foot without taking his phone is also getting FBI assistance. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Wilkerson also clarified that while he may have taken his own life somewhere, I mean, why didn't he bring his phone? That seems kind of... I bet you that's not normal. Especially if you have medical issues. You'd take the phone in case you had a problem. He was not confused and disoriented. She also made clear while he had access to some highly classified programs and information during his career since his retirement, has had only very commonly held clearance since. I'm just reading the ones from today. Seemed like there was a lot more of them. A retired U.S. Air Force Major General has been missing for 2 weeks after vanishing last month in New Mexico. William Neal McCaslin, 68, was last seen at his home in Albuquerque on the morning of February 27. Because of McCaslin's background, the sheriff said multiple agencies are assisting with the probe. Our priority is finding Mr. McCaslin safely. The sheriff's office has issued a silver alert for McCaslin. Under New Mexico law, the notification are used to locate missing people age 50 or older, with a clear indication of irreversible deterioration of intellectual faculties, according to the office. A description included in the alert cited the retired general's medical issues as cause of concern over his safety, but the sheriff's office did not provide details. Allen asked residents and businesses to check their security cameras. Authorities said last week that they had not given up hope on locating McCaslin despite still not knowing what happened to him. It is unlike Neal to be out of touch from his family and friends for this length of time, the sheriff's office said on March 6th. McCaslin is 5 feet 11 with white hair and blue eyes, according to the office. Investigators believe he left his home on foot the morning he was last seen and suggested that he may have been in the Sandia Mountains outside of Albuquerque on February 27th or 28th. They have described him as an avid outdoorsman who is known to often hike, run, and cycle. McCaslin retired in 2013 after a long career in the Air Force, including serving as the commander for the Air Force Research Lab at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio and leading the Phillips Research Site. Yeah, so we got that one. Let's see what this last one is. Hey, look at that. Phyllis is doing a, thanks, Tracy Von Brott. And Phyllis is going to go for a 5 for 5-er, you guys. So let's see if we can get 5 gifted memberships. We got one from Wild Bill Wassman. Hey, Tracy Von Brott, did you send that one in there for the 5 for 5-er? All right, so maybe if you guys can do 4 more channel memberships, we'll get 5. So it's really 2 for 1, because Phyllis Watson is going to do 5. Okay, so that's why we need 4 more then. All right. But thanks, Tracy Von Brott. See if we can get those. If you guys want to look up, like on newspapers.com, some of the old, like, see if we can find that, like the Roswell incident. Pretty sure it was in July of 1947, probably New Mexico. And let's see, captured a flying disc. Hey, thanks, Randizzle Randy. And we also have Wild Bill Wassman again. And then Tracy Von Brott. All right, we need 3 more of those, you guys. See if you can do it. 3 more gifted memberships. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Let's see. Shortly after Mr. Riley called, we had captured a flying disc that smashed through one of the store. Okay, I don't know. Oh, is that it right there? Oh. Hey, who's that guy? That looks like that one Blanchard or something. Captain E.J. Smith, United Airlines pilot of Seattle, Washington, holds a dinner plate as an illustration for stewardess Tony Carter of Chicago while describing at Chicago the much discussed mystery flying discs. We just need 3 more gifted memberships, you guys. See how slow it is just to get these small challenges? Like yesterday, it was like ding, ding, ding. You know, we got through them. If I just typed in Roswell. I wonder if it's not in this paper. What's that guy's name? Knack? Let's see. Can we get the 3 gifted memberships, you guys? We're just trying to make something out of tonight. Please. Thank you. Okay, let's see if Mac Brazel shows up in this somewhere. Maybe we'll count Tracy Von Brott, so we just need 2. Brutal. Hey, thanks, Tracy Von Brott, again. So we need at least 1 more, and then we got it. Army practice was lieutenant. And he looked at the target and dubbed it a flying... Oh, right there. See? It does mention that. What is this story right here? Say, like it right there. Too quick on the on trigger. Hey, welcome, PK sews it up. Okay, we need 1 more gifted membership, you guys, to reach the goal by Phyllis Watson. Who's going to do it? Too quick on the trigger. Too quick on the trigger for good. Army practice was Lieutenant Walter Hote when he looked at a bedraggled radar target. Now, see, that was the cover story, and dubbed it a flying disc. In much less time than it takes to make a mountain out of a molehill, he made a saucer out of a box kite, and by weight of his official standings as public relations officer of Roswell Army Field, convinced the millions who had been wondering that not only were there such things as had been widely reported, but one had been retrieved and was in readiness for expert scrutiny. See that? See that? The way that's worded there, they got one. Yeah. It can only be decided that the press agent part of Lieutenant Hout got the better of him. Office, that's weird. I never even knew that. I didn't even know he was going to be in there. Let's see what this one says. All right, guys, we need one more gifted membership. Somebody out there trying to reach the goal. Okay, there it is. There's Brazel right there. The rancher, credited for a time with finding the nation's first flying disc, is sorry he said anything about it. The 48-year-old New Mexican said he was amazed at the fuss made over his discovery. Really? Over finding a flying saucer? If I find anything else short of a bomb, it's going to be hard to get me to talk, he told the Associated Press here early this morning. Brazel's discovery was reported late yesterday by Lieutenant Walter Hout, Roswell Army Airfield Public Relations Officer, as being one of the flying saucers that have puzzled and worried residents of 43 states the past several weeks. Later, however, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, commanding general of the 8th Air Force, of which the Roswell field is a component, said Brazel's find was merely a weather radar target. Yeah, but that was after Jesse Marseille. He actually had it, and he was made to hold up these. That's what he said, actually, in an interview. That he was made to hold up these things that looked like, it was a weather balloon, but that's not what the original things they found were. Man, I don't know, man. I'm almost embarrassed at how little support we're getting here. I'll get the last one, okay? This just sucks. Wait, you just did it again, Wild Bill? Okay. Well, thanks, Wild Bill. Jesus. You're just like, just kind of keeping things going. Thank you. It's like a, thank you, Phyllis Watson. Very cool. And thanks for gifting all those memberships, everybody. 1, 2, 3. All right. Are you guys, is this interesting to you at all? I think this is pretty crazy. That, like, when you go back, you can actually find this stuff in there. I never even tried to do this. Roger Ramey, commanding general of the 8th Air Force, of which the Roswell field is a component, said Brazel's find was merely a weather radar target. But Brazel wasn't making any claims. He said he didn't know what it was. I wonder if... Yeah, so I think Roswell was right around this time. Let's see what it says right here. Walter Hout. Rancher credited for a time. The 48-year-old Mexican said he was amazed. Okay, that's the same. So I wonder if it's just not in New Mexico. What if we just typed in here, captured flying disc? Okay. That one looks like that one's sort of talking about it. Yeah, thanks, Billis. Really appreciate that. And thanks again to Wild Bill Lossman. He joins in on all the challenges, but then the challenges just sit there. You know, nobody else, you guys aren't, you know, jumping in and helping. So then he does another one even. It's like, God. I appreciate that, Wild Bill. Hey, Lanky Tor, what's going on? We are currently at 50% of a goal currently. An examination by the Army revealed last night that a mysterious object found on lonely New Mexico ranch was a harmless, high-altitude weather balloon. Hey, thanks, Lanky Tor. Yeah, very kind. Thank you so much. Not a ground flying disc. Excitement was high in discussion Texas until Brigadier General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force Forces with headquarters here, cleared up the mystery. The bundle of tinfoil, broken wood beams, and rubber remnants of a balloon were sent here yesterday by Army Air Transport in the wake of reports that it was a flying disc, but the general said the objects were the crushed remains of a ray wind target used to determine the direction and velocity of winds. Does that even make any sense? Like, if you found something like that, you wouldn't go, oh, it's a flying disc. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. But the general said the objects were the crushed remains of a ray wind target used to determine the direction and velocity of winds at high altitude. Warrant Officer Irving Newton, forecaster at the Army Air Force's weather station here, said, "We use them because..." See, that's just such bullcrap. Jesse Marseille was the intelligence officer. He didn't recognize it. He didn't know what the hell it was. Okay? He didn't know what it was. So why wouldn't he know what it was if it's just something, oh, we use them all the time. It's garbage, you know? Warrant Officer Irving Newton, forecaster at the Army Air Force's weather station here, said, "We use them because they go much higher than the eye can see." The weather balloon was found several days ago in a desolate section of New Mexico by a rancher, W.W. Brazel. He said he didn't think much about it until he went into Corona, New Mexico last Saturday and heard the flying disc reports. He returned to his ranch, 85 miles northwest of Roswell, and recovered the wreckage of the balloon, which, you know, that's not what they said it was, which he had placed under some brush. Brazel hurried back to Roswell, where he reported his find to the sheriff's office. The sheriff called the... Wait, how come it goes in that order? Okay, yeah, so it was found. He said he didn't think much about it until he went into Corona, New Mexico last Saturday and heard the flying disc. Okay, I see. And what day is this? Wednesday? So that must have been like July 5th. Something like that. Definitely could use some more coffees, you guys. The sheriff called the Roswell Airfield and Major... There it is. Look at that. His name's in there. Wow, that's great. This article here is nuts, man. This one has, like, all the names. Listen to this part. Brazel hurried back to Roswell, where he reported his find to the sheriff's office. The sheriff called the Roswell Airfield, and Major Jesse Marseille of the 509th Bomb Group intelligence officer was assigned to the case. Colonel William Blanchard, commanding officer of the bomb group, reported the find to General Ramey, and the object was flown immediately to the Army airfield here. Ramey went on the air here last night to announce the New Mexico discovery was not a flying disc. Newton said that when rigged up, the instrument looks like a six-pointed star and is silvery in appearance and rises in the air like a kite. He added that some 80 weather stations in the U.S. were using that type of balloon and that it could have come from any of them. Man, that's crazy to have all... I'm going to screen grab that. That's nuts. Somebody else has already done it. See that blue line on there? Actually, I'll just save it. All right, there you go. So let me move this over here. Well, so Jesse Marcel, let's say. Let me just see if I can find that name again in like 1976 or something. Jesse, and then 1976, put quotes around him. So I think that's when he came forward. I think that year. It might have been 70. Where is this? Montana. Undersigned Jesse Marseille. That's different. Pretty sure it was in the 70s though. Was he good? Huh. Let me go that again. 1947. Yeah, it's Jesse Army. Yeah, he became a doctor? That's crazy. Oh, look, that's the famous picture. Man, look at that, you guys. I can't believe it. It's wild. Yeah, see, when he was holding this crap up, he was like, they made him do this. This stuff right here isn't what he found. See that? Like when he held this shit up here, he was like, yeah, no, that's not what the deal is. Let me see if I can find the interview with him. Let's see. Where is that? The original. Let's see.
Near Whiteville, Dad looked up and his son tells the west and saw an object.
This is that show, In Search. What was it? With Leonard Nimoy.
It came down and had lights blinking, and it was counterbalanced itself, wiggle.
Yeah, I want to just find the interview that he did where he explained. What's like regular news outlets wouldn't cover something like that. What was the name of that? What's the one famous one that's sort of the tabloid? You know, what's that called? I forgot the name of it. It's just the standard one that you always hear. God. What's the most classic tabloid magazine out there? The one in New York. What's the name of that one? Yeah, the National Enquirer. There you go. All right. Yeah, TMZ. That's funny. They pretty much the same though. All right, let's just see what he says in here. Let's just read this. So he died in 1986, was a major in the United States Air Force, later lieutenant colonel in the reserves who helped administer Operation Crossroads, the 1946 atom bomb test. So you don't think he's going to know what a weather balloon is? Marcel was the first military officer tasked with investigating the 1947 Roswell incident, where supposed flying disc debris was later identified as pieces of a weather balloon. The incident was largely forgotten until 1978, when Marcel, then retired lieutenant colonel, told Stanton Friedman, I guess that wasn't in the Enquirer, told ufologist Stanton Friedman that he believed the Roswell debris was extraterrestrial. Jesse Marcel Sr. was born on May 27, 1907, in Bayou Blue, Louisiana. He was the youngest of 7 children born to Theodule, and I should be playing that music though, right? Let's see. And we'll be back after these messages. Let's see, where is it? And we'll be back right after these messages, and we'll talk about Jesse Marcel. Wow, look at that, 74 months. Man, what is that? Now, personal paranormal was different because people would tell their stories. You know, it wasn't like we were looking into anything. All right, let me just get down to over here. In January 1942, Marcel applied to be commissioned as an officer, and in April he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army Air Force. He attended the Army Air Force Intelligence School in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, for training as combat photo interpreter intelligence officer. Upon graduation from the program, Marcel was promoted to the role of instructor. In May of 1943, Marcel was briefly mentioned in the Miami fishing column. In October 1943, First Lieutenant Marcel was assigned to the 5th Bomber Command in the Southwest Pacific, serving as Squadron Intelligence Officer and later Group Intelligence Officer. He flew in combat missions and received 2 Air Medals and the Bronze Star. After a promotion to captain in May of 1945, Marcel was promoted to the rank of major. And let's see, then 509th role in Operation Crossroads. Operation Crossroads was a pair of nuclear weapons tests conducted by the United States at Bikini Atoll in mid-1946. They were the first nuclear weapon tests since Trinity in July of 1945. At the first detonation of nuclear devices since the atomic bombing of Nagasaki on August 9, 1945. The purpose of the test was to investigate the effect of nuclear weapons on warships. There was only 7 nuclear bombs in existence in July of 1946. The test, called Able and Baker, both used Fat Man plutonium implosion-type nuclear weapons of the kind dropped on Nagasaki. The Able bomb was stenciled with the name Gilda and decorated with an Esquire magazine photograph of Rita Hayworth. That's in the movie. Let's see, was it Rita? It was Rita Hayworth on the wall in the cell in Shawshank Redemption. Star of the 1946 movie Gilda. The Baker bomb was nicknamed Helen of Bikini. In mid-1946, Marseille was attached to the 509th Composite Group to prepare for and participate in Operation Crossroads. On July 26, 1946, Brigadier General Roger M. Ramey authored a letter of recommendation or commendation complimenting Marseille's performance during Operation Crossroads. The following month, Marseille received an additional letter of commendation from Major General E. Kepner for his performance in the operation. Marseille, and this is the Roswell stuff. Is this interesting to you guys? Because we just read about him in the paper. They said exactly what we already knew. Well, I'll tell you what, if we actually need about 10 more channel memberships to, or 11 to get to the goal. You know, so I guess that would be the challenge for you guys. That would get us to the actual minimum goal, you guys. Wouldn't that be amazing? All right, so here's his Roswell portion. Marseille was the first military officer tasked with investigating a balloon crash near Roswell, New Mexico, an event that occurred amid the flying saucer craze of 1947, and which would subsequently become known as the Roswell Incident. On June 26, media nationwide had reported civilian pilot Kenneth Arnold's story of seeing what became known as flying saucers. Historians, man, it's so weird because that's June and it was just July when this happened. Known as flying saucers. Historians would later chronicle over 800 copycat sightings. Oh, come on. There's Wild Bill Wassman again. He's wild, man. Hey, by the way, it's coming up time for spawning time, right? I was thinking of trying to go to Lake Oswego in April sometime. Historians would later chronicle over 800 copycat sightings reported after the Arnold story. On Monday, July 7th, Roswell Army Airfield was contacted by Sheriff George Wilcox, who reported that a local rancher had recovered a crashed flying disc. Marseille and Lieutenant Colonel Sheridan Cavett met with rancher Mac Brazel and followed him back to the ranch outside Corona. With Marseille in a jeep while Brazel and Cavett rode horses, the trio visited... What the heck? Whoa, it's Lanky Tor! Wow, I think that just did it, right? Thank you, Lanky Tor. You are a legend. You've been amazing for many years. Yeah, it's been pretty good. I mean, whenever I don't cover the big cases, nobody watches. And that's how it is for everybody. You know, very few people watch. Even the big channels, when they do something outside, people go, yeah, they go somewhere else. So whenever I dare to, you know, get off of the Nancy Guthrie case, it's hard to even get 200 people, you know. It's sad, too, because some of this other stuff's interesting. That's right. When you see dogwoods blooming, the spawn is happening. All right. Well, that was close anyways. I don't know if I got the math, did the math right there. I thought the memberships, we had more than that. We're basically 6 memberships short of, that would get us to 263. So that'd be, and then I think if we, yeah, I think that's what would get us to. Anyways, I just want to get through this right here. Hey, thanks, Jim Lawn. We put, got Wild Bill Wassman. And, oh yeah, Lanky Tor. I'm just trying to get these in here. Lanky Tor again. And Jim Long. All right, there we go. Cool. Those are so rare these days, Lanky Tor, those cat eye donations. Remember how that was like every show I'd get 2 or 3 of them minimum? Yeah. And then everything else would kick in, and then we'd just be able to, you know, easily get to the goals and everything. But now it's just, it's really rare. Yeah. All right, so I just want to see what it's saying here. Upon his return to base, Marseille reported the recovery to Base Commander William Blanchard. Roswell Airfield issued a press release announcing the recovery of a flying disc and naming Marseille as the responsible officer. The debris was loaded onto a plane, and Marseille accompanied it from Roswell, listen to this, to Fort Worth. After his arrival, Marseille participated in a press conference in Texas where the debris was identified as pieces of a weather balloon kite. But he already put it on that airplane, you guys. You know? Well, I guess it's the same place. So let's see. Fort Worth, so that is in Texas. Marseille was quoted as saying, "We spent a couple of hours Monday afternoon looking for any more parts of the weather device, and we found a few more patches of tinfoil and rubber." And then the event at Roswell was largely forgotten until 1978. That year, the sensationalist tabloid National Enquirer reprinted the original uncorrected article from July 8, 1947. In February of 1978, Marseille, then a retired lieutenant colonel, was interviewed by ufologist Stanton Friedman. So this is only 30 years after the event took place. In that interview, Marseille said he believed the Roswell debris was extraterrestrial. On December 19, 1979, Marseille was interviewed by Bob Pratt of the National Enquirer, and on February 28, 1980, the tabloid brought large-scale attention to the Marseille story. On September 20th, 1980, the TV series In Search Of aired an interview where Marseille described his participation in the 1947 press conference. So here's what he said. I mean, he said this later, so is he just making it up later or what? He said, "They wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do was keep my mouth shut, and General Ramey is the one who told the newsman, what it was, and to forget about it. It is nothing more than a weather observation balloon. Of course, we both knew differently." He's saying he and the general knew differently, that it was not a weather balloon, but he was told to hold this shit up and tell this story. Marseille's son, Jesse Marseille Jr., spent 35 years stating that in 1947, when he was 10 years old, his father had shown him alien debris recovered from the Roswell crash site, including a small beam with purple-hued hieroglyphics on it. In 1991, retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Thomas Dubois, I don't know if it's D-U-B-O-S-E, who had posed with debris for press photographs in 1947, acknowledged that the weather balloon explanation for the material was a cover story to divert the attention of the press. Isn't that amazing? I mean, like, if this is true, shit, right? These are the guys that are there. You literally read about them in the original articles, and then later they say these things. What do you guys think of that? I mean, what purpose is there? It just seems like they're just telling the truth later on. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, they just did it for the article, but how come there's so many of them? I don't know, this kind of stuff's interesting to me. I know there's no way to prove anything, so it's just more sort of for fun. You know, this isn't where I go, I use logic, reason and common sense. This is hard to do. I'm just listening to what these guys are saying. Okay, so according to the 1994 Air Force report produced in response to a congressional inquiry into the Roswell incident, the material recovered by Marseille was likely debris from Project Mogul. See, now they've increased it to something else to make it seem, okay, this is what we were really trying to hide. Project Mogul, a then sensitive classified project whose purpose was to determine the state of Soviet nuclear weapon research using high-altitude balloons. But see, so you're admitting then that the weather balloon story that you have Jesse Marseille in this picture, which is an incredibly clear picture. Wow, that's nuts. How clear that is. Let me save it. Yeah, so they're admitting when he's holding this up, it's bogus, right? Like that isn't really a weather balloon. I mean, that might be a weather balloon there, but that's not what they found. So now they're trying to upscale it to something else. It probably is another cover story for what they really found, in my opinion. I mean, it's just because this guy held the objects, you know. Yeah, and then, let's see. On December 9th, on September 20th, 1980, I think we were already there, March, in 35 years. Yeah, according to a 1994 Air Force report produced in response to a congressional inquiry into the Roswell incident, the material recovered, I remember that time frame because that was during Art Bell's time, recovered by Marseille was likely debris from Project Mogul. It was a very sensitive classified project, and it used high-altitude balloons trying to detect Soviet nuclear stuff. During June and July of 1947, Mogul balloons had been test launched in Alamogordo Air Force Base, now Holman Air Force Base, and White Sands Missile Range. Air Force Declassification Officer Lieutenant James McAndrew concluded, when the civilians and personnel from Roswell stumbled upon the highly classified project and collected the debris, no one at Roswell had need to know about information concerning Mogul. This fact, along with the initial misidentification and subsequent rumors that the capture of a flying disc occurred, ultimately left many people with unanswered questions that have endured to this day. In December 1947, while still in active duty, Major Marseille received a promotion to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force Reserve. Marseille requested the promotion in late October and formally signed the oath of office. You could hear him, hey, listen, we'll give you a promotion, just keep this shit quiet. This is the same year in October. And formally signed the oath of office on December 1st, 1947. He retained the active duty rank of major. Years later, Marseille said that he did not find out about the reserve promotion at the time. Whoa, jeez. Hey, we got a second one of those. Thanks, Phyllis Watson. Man, okay. Look at that, you guys. We made it to a goal. I'm actually going to gift 5 myself. We actually made it to the gifting number. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's amazing. Dun, 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 dun. I think it made it in there. I know, right? Wild Bill, it's like it was just so dead. It's still not like incredibly busy. I've just been really fortunate with a couple, few generous people in here. Yourself included. Anyways, thank you. I mean, earlier in the show, it was just like a ghost town, man. It's so frustrating. Marseille remained with the 509th at Walker until August 16, 1948, when he was transferred to Strategic Air Command at Andrews Air Force Base. After requesting hardship discharge to care for his elderly mother in July of 1950, Marseille returned to Houma, Louisiana in September 1950. Marseille was released from active duty and transferred to the Air Force Reserve. He received his final discharge in 1958. Does it mention? Let's see. Is that the... Do they have this? Ah. Well, that's it right there, right? Did you keep the... This is like a... Look at this whole conversation here. Did you pick up all the parts? I did not cover the entire area. Wow. You know what I should do is turn that into a... I'm not sure what that is. Like an actual conversation. She said, "We appreciate your coverage of such an electric range of topics." Hey, cool. Yeah, we are kind of all over the place, but it's weird how a lot of people just want to have that one thing. I've noticed that. You guys have seen that too, right? Like when we do our show, when we're covering one of the big cases going on, we might get 300 to 600 people. But when you shift off of that and maybe cover a cold case for a night, man, it just... It's crazy. But anyways, thank you so much, you guys. You want to go over some of this? Okay, right. Let's just... Man, this looks really interesting. How do I save this? I guess this is part of a book here. Did they keep the B-29? No. The general told me, "You go back to Roswell. You're more needed there," he said. Hold on. In the so Pratt said, "Did you keep the B-29? No. And then it just talked about. Then Pratt said, "What was the rancher's name?" Marseille said, "Brazel." So he remembered that. See, that shows you he remembered, right? Because that's in those newspaper articles from 1947. This is like 30-something years later. Where is the ranch in relation to Roswell? North of the test sites, and I would say 60 miles northwest of Roswell. What was the sheriff's name? I don't recall it right now. It was George, and then in brackets, George Wilcox. He was sheriff of the county Roswell was in Chavez. Pratt said, "What kind of ranch was it?" "Cattle and sheep." Then Pratt said, "The next morning he took you out to this place?" Marseille said, "Yes, in fact, he saddled 2 horses. I never rode a horse in my life. And I said, 'You two ride the horses.'" He was from West Texas. He was at home on a horse. Yeah. So they took off. We went up there and we loaded all this stuff into a carryall, and we got through kind of late. But I wasn't satisfied. I went back. I told Cabot, You drive this vehicle back to the base, and I'll go back out there and pick up as much as I can put in the car. What was the terrain like? Very flat. It's very arid. You have tumbleweeds. It was adequate for a sheep ranch, for grazing. I didn't pay too much attention to that because my interest went another way. When you got out there, what did you actually see? Bits of metal or what? I saw, well, we found some metal, small bits of metal, but mostly we found some material that's hard to describe. I'd never seen anything like that, and I still don't know what it was. We picked it up anyways. One thing, it wasn't something manufactured. Oh, it definitely was, but one thing I do remember, I recall that very distinctly. I wanted to know some of this stuff. I wanted to see some of this stuff burn, but all I had a cigarette lighter. Since I'm a heavy smoker anyway, I lit the cigarette lighter to some of the stuff and it didn't burn. Were there any markings? Yes, there were something undecipherable. I've never seen anything like that myself. Oh, I call them hieroglyphics myself. I don't know whether they were ever deciphered or not. And Pratt said, there were some markings though? And he said, oh yes. Little members, small members, solid members that you could not bend or break. But it didn't look like metal. It looked more like wood. That's weird. Where was that part that I just read? Oh, right there. And then Pratt said, how big? They varied in size. They were, as I can recall, perhaps 3/8 of an inch by 1/4 of an inch thick, and just about all sizes. None of them were very long. Pratt said, how large was the biggest? Marseille said, I would say about 3 feet. How heavy? He said, weightless. You couldn't even tell you had it in your hands, just like you handled balsa wood. Pratt said the piece 3 or 4 feet long. Was it wide or what? He said, oh no, it was solid member, rectangular members, just like you get square stick. Here Marseille drew a sketch to Pratt, and then varied in length, and along the length of some of those, they had little markings, 2 color markings, as I recall, like Chinese writing to me. Nothing you could make any sense of. Was everything in this shape, long and slender? Pratt asked. And then Marseille said, all of the solid members were that way. There was another, let's see, there was other stuff. It's so small, the writing, for me. I'll just try. It's just so tiny. Look how small it is for you guys. It looks like that to me. You guys still think this is interesting? I think it's really interesting. He's literally describing the stuff that he found, and I believe he's actually recalling it. He's having a conversation. He had the right name of the rancher and everything. Pratt said, you've been flying since 1928, 20 years when this happened. Was this part of an aircraft that you recognize? And he said, what are you guys talking about? What are you laughing at, Lanky Tor? Jim, Mexican Tony burnt the rubble. Oh, his jokes. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying what member is. Maybe that's just how they referred to stuff back then. You've been flying since 1928, 20 years when this happened. Was that part of Any aircraft that you recognize? No, it could not have been part of an aircraft. No part of weather balloon or experimental balloon? I couldn't see that. It could be, no, for one thing, if it had been a balloon, like the parts that we picked up, it would not have been porous. It was porous. Any jagged or broken ends or the like? No, as far as I can recall, they were clean. See, I had so little time to spend on this. I had other duties to perform. I brought the stuff over here. My CO, commanding officer, saw it, and my staff saw it. And the following day, my commanding officer told me to take it to Wright-Patterson. See, there you go. There you go. Listen to that. To take it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Isn't that crazy? And that's exactly where this guy, this missing general, worked. Right there. See, I'm just trying to throw the pieces together for people who don't know why this is a big deal to some. So that Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is where the missing general is from, and he was in charge of this type of stuff, you know. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be. Oh, tonight we have Jesse Marseille. How was that one? Ding 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 ding. That's what his music sounded like. You can't even play 5 seconds of that, or they do revenue sharing. That's crazy. It said, why there? For analysis. They wanted to see what it was. That's why he took it to Wright-Patterson. They wanted to see what it was. Let me ask you this. Why would his general have him send it to Wright-Patterson to see what it was if they knew it was part of Project Mogul? That just doesn't make any sense, right? What was the agency at Wright-Patterson? Air Force Analysis Laboratory. That sounds exactly like where this general would work, I think. How many pieces were there? It might have been hundreds. I don't recall. It's been so long since I handled all that stuff. I just about dismissed the whole thing from my mind. When you went out there that morning, you could see the stuff scattered for quite a ways in the distance. Lord, yes, about as far as you could see, 3/4 of a mile long and 200 to 300 feet wide. And why would a weather balloon do that? I'll tell you what I surmise. One thing I did notice, nothing actually hit the ground, bounced on the ground. Well, that's sort of interesting. It was something that must have exploded above ground and fell. And I learned later that farther west towards Corazozo, they found something like that too. So that's what they had claimed, that there was 2 sites. That there, I think you meant to say Corona. But there's 2 sites where they think 2 crafts crashed, and then they recovered bodies from a separate one. And he said something like they found something like that too. That I don't know anything about. It was the same period of time, 60 to 80 miles west of here. And then Pratt said, ranchers found something similar out there. I think it was discovered by some surveyor out there. Marseille is probably referring to the Barney Barnett story about which previous interviews told him. And then Pratt said, did you pick up all the parts? I did not cover the entire area. We picked up as much as we could carry, and some was left there. Was it grouped or bunched together, or was it scattered? It was scattered all over, just like you'd explode something above the ground and it would just fall to the ground. One thing, I was impressed. Hold on. I want to save this page somewhere. One thing I was impressed with was that it was obvious you could just about determine which direction it came from and which direction it was heading. It was traveling from northeast to southwest. It was in that pattern. You could tell where it started and where it ended and how it thinned out. Although I did not cover the entire area the stuff was in, I could tell that it was thicker where we first started looking, and it was thinning out as we went southwest. What was the length of the shortest pieces? 4 or 5 inches. It was something of some greater area that had been together. Pratt said, were there clean breaks or obvious breaks? I don't recall that. Nothing seemed torn. It's pretty difficult to assimilate in your own mind just what it was because I wasn't with it that long. It's like you handle a hot potato, you just want to get rid of it. Had the rancher been in that area recently before finding this? I faintly remember that he told me he had heard of an explosion at night, and the following day he went out there in that direction and saw that stuff. So he heard a big explosion and the rancher went there. Of course, we didn't have artificial satellites in 1947. No, we had missiles though, didn't we? Oh yes. This obviously was no rocket, Pratt said. Oh no. I've seen rockets. I've seen rockets sent up at the White Sands testing grounds. It definitely was not part of an aircraft, nor a missile or a rocket. Strange, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's bewildering. The one thing that I kept wondering was, what the heck? What's going on? Thanks, Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. I gotta do these later shows, I guess. Screw the 6 o'clock. I did come on at like 8. Well, thank you. Wow, that's amazing. Man, it was such a great despair earlier in the evening. For like 2 hours, it was just, we were at a third of just a basic goal. Now we're over it. So thank you guys. Very kind, very kind. Ding 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 ding. I gotta get Phyllis in there again. I'm spinning for notebooks at the end too, you guys, so make sure to stay around. Are you still here, Phyllis? You have a good shot. You got a lot of pie wedges in there. Isn't that crazy, Wild Bill Wassman? Yeah. I feel like refunding Wild Bill Wassman because he's always helping during our silent, just these long lulls or something. Across the nation or around the world. Art Bell would say, from the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be. Tonight we have on our special guest, Richard C. Hoagland. He'll tell you exactly why we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. And then after that, we have on Linda Moulden Howe. She'll discuss cattle mutilations and crop circles, and oh boy, have we got some new ones for you. Oh yeah? Okay. Ugh. What does that mean? C2 cam with gray, yeah. All right, let me see. There had been a lot of reports about flying saucers in that area. In fact, I've got a list of notebooks to give out, so I've got a. I think I've got enough where I can start do another shipment. It's hard to do when there's just one because you got to go down to the post office. All right, there's been a lot of reports about flying saucers in that area. In fact, I'm not sure I would swear to this, but one night, about 11:30, I lived in town. The provost marshal called me and said, "You better come out here in a hurry." He wouldn't elaborate on the telephone what it was, so I got in my car and put my foot on the accelerator and got going as fast as I could go, and went, and it was a straight road. Something caught my attention. It was a formation of lights moving from north to south, but it was so, I mean, we had nothing that traveled that fast anyway. I knew that. We had no aircraft that traveled at that speed because it was visible only maybe 3 or 4 seconds from overhead to the horizon. They were bright lights flying a perfect V formation, and I hesitated to open my mouth about that because I knew nobody would believe me. But 2 or 3 days later, some GI said, "I saw something in the skies the other night," and he described exactly what I'd seen. Was this before the debris incident? Just slightly before. Anyway, I figure there's some credence to this UFO business. I believe in it. Even my son, Jesse Jr., one afternoon, he has 2 little boys and a girl, and the boys were with him. He was going into town, and they live on... You know what's weird, you guys? We lived in New Mexico when I was a kid. When I think it was like 1972 and 3. And one time, we were driving, and my dad goes, "Look at that!" And then we saw this. There was like this spherical disc thing right next to a cloud, and then it sort of darted in it. Isn't that crazy? I remember that. It's weird stuff back then. That was 1970 something though. Who knows? I was a little kid, but that's what my memory remembers. Could have just been, "Hey, did you see that?" And then I formed it. Okay, so then he has 2 little boys and a girl, and the boys were with him. He was going into town, and they live on a little crooked road up the side of the mountain. And one of the boys said, "Dad, look at that." My son stopped the car and looked up there, and he saw a shiny circular object. Yeah, that's exactly right. Object that all of a sudden took off like nobody's business. "Tell me about Cabot's Jeep Carryall." Marseille said it's slightly larger than a pickup truck with a covered body, and we loaded the back end of that up with material, and then I went back and loaded my car up. And there was a lot left? Oh Lord, yes. We picked up a very minor portion of it. So who went out and cleaned the rest of it up? "You put all this on a B-29 and we're going to take all the material to Wright? All we had. And you never heard back anything more from General Ramey? Nothing at all. Or Wright Field? Nothing at all. Do you know if Blanchard did?" That I wouldn't know. I'd rather doubt that he did, because if he had heard something about it, he would have told me, and he never mentioned anything. But see the note following this transcript as a bracket there. "How long did you stay at Roswell after that?" "Until later part of 1947. Actually, August 1948. "Where did you go then?" "I transferred to Washington, D.C. I was given an office with a title and that long..." It says held hands apart. I was in the Selective Service building next to the State House. What did you think this thing was? Well, as far as I know, or can surmise, I was pretty well acquainted with most of the things that were in the air at the time, not only from my own military aircraft, but also in a lot of foreign countries, I still believe it was nothing that came from Earth. It came to Earth, but not from Earth. Let's see, it came to Earth, but not from Earth. The biggest mistake I ever made, of course, I couldn't, was not to keep a piece of it. But in all fairness to my work and service, I couldn't. You had 3,000 hours as a pilot. Right. 8,000 hours total flying time. What medals were you awarded? I have 5 air medals because I shot down 5 enemy aircrafts in combat. Marcel's file shows he was awarded 2 air medals, both for, so that's a little exaggeration, both for accumulated flight time in combat. This file includes nothing about any shot down. Okay, so he made that part up. So they're putting that in here. Let's see. You were all hand-picked officers. I don't know, I just want to see if there's any... Is this work? Can you grab any? No, it's not. Guess you can't really grab it. Let's see. All but one crashed into a mountain. I bailed out. Okay, he's just talking about his self again. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. That doesn't, like nothing he said in there made you go, "Oh my God, he's looked at bodies." But when you go back to like this article, these articles in here, with that Walter Hote guy. Here, listen to that. Oh, let's see. I think that's one that's on the screen. Do you remember how Walter Hote was mentioned in here? Yeah, right there. Brazel's discovery was reported late Tuesday by Lieutenant Walter Hote, Roswell Army Airfield Public Relations Officer, as being one of the flying saucers that have puzzled and worried residents of 44 states. Okay, and then this is Jesse Marseille holding up what he was told to hold up, something that looked like they wanted people to believe it was a weather balloon. But he's never said it was. Then they said it was Project Mogul, which is a more classified thing, so it really never was a weather balloon anyway. So if they lied about that, then how do we really know that it wasn't the spaceship, right? So here's the thing. Walter Hote right there. Okay, so here we go. Walter Hote died. Okay? And he said this could only be open after he died. Alright, so this is Walter Hote. 2002 sealed affidavit of Walter Hote. This is what he said. So the guy that's mentioned in that article right there, so he died and this could only be opened after he died. He said, in July of 1947, I was stationed at the Roswell Army Air Base in Roswell, New Mexico, serving as the base public information officer. I had spent the 4th of July weekend, Saturday the 5th and Sunday the 6th, at my private residence about 10 miles north of base, which was located south of town. I was aware that someone had reported the remains of a downed vehicle by mid-morning after my return to duty at the base on Monday, July 7th. I was aware that Major Jesse A. Marseille head of intelligence, was sent by the base commander, Colonel William Blanchard, to investigate. This is exactly what we just read. This is what he did. By late in the afternoon that same day, I would learn that additional civilian reports came in regarding a second site. Remember how Jesse Marseille mentioned that second site? North of Roswell. I would spend the better part of the day attending to my regular duties, hearing little, if anything more. On Tuesday morning, July 8th, I would attend the regularly scheduled staff meeting at 7:30 a.m. beside Blanchard. Marseille, CIC Captain Sheridan Cabot, lists all these different people. Hopkins, the operation and says down here, the main topic of discussion was reported by Marseille and Cabot regarding an extensive debris field in Lincoln County. We just heard about all of that. Approximately 75 miles northwest of Roswell. A preliminary briefing was provided by Blanchard about the second site, approximately 40 miles north of town. Samples of wreckage were passed around the table. It was unlike any material I had or have ever seen in my life. That's the same thing Jesse Marseille said. Pieces which resembled metal foil, paper thin yet extremely strong, and pieces with unusual markings along their length. See, a lot of this matches what he said, right? Were handled from man to man, each voicing their opinion. So why would you pass around? Like if it was from Project Mogul, you already knew what it was. Why do you need to pass around the pieces? This sounds like they're like, what the hell is this? No one was able to identify the crash debris. One of the main concerns discussed at the meeting was whether we should go public or not with the discovery. General Ramey proposed a plan which I believe originated with his bosses at the Pentagon. Attention needed to be diverted from the more important site north of town by acknowledging the other location. Too many civilians were already involved and the press already was informed. I was not completely informed how this would be accomplished. At approximately 9:30 a.m., Colonel Blanchard phoned my office and dictated the press release of having in our possession a flying disc. So the Colonel Blanchard is the one who had him put out the article that said, hey, we've captured a flying disc. But all the papers said, oh, Holt jumped the gun, right? And Marseille's and then it says, coming from a ranch northwest of Roswell, and Marseille flying the material to higher headquarters. That's to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Don't you think it's interesting how this already matches a lot of what was said in that Jesse Marseille interview? And this here is way after that one. They're not even at the same time. I was to deliver the news to release to radio station KGFL and KSWS and newspaper The Daily Record and the Morning Dispatch. By the time the news had hit the wire services, my office was inundated with phone calls from around the world, messages stacked up on my desk, and rather than deal with the media concern, Colonel Blanchard suggested that I go home and hide out. Before leaving the base, Colonel Blanchard took me personally to Building 84. So this is where it gets really crazy. Building 84, a B-29 hangar located on the east side of the tarmac. Upon first approaching the building, I observed that it was under heavy guard, both outside and inside. Once inside, I was permitted from a safe distance to first observe the object just recovered north of town. So that's that second site. It was approximately 12 to 15 feet in length, not quite as wide, about 6 feet high, and more of an egg shape. Lighting was poor, but its surface did appear metallic. No window, portals, wings, tail section, or landing gear were visible. Also from a distance, I was able to see a couple of bodies under a canvas tarp. Only the heads extended beyond the covering, and I was not able to make out any features. The heads did appear larger than normal, and the contour of the canvas over the body suggested the size of a 10-year-old child. At a later date in Blanchard's office, he would extend his arm about 4 feet above the floor to indicate the height. See, that's sort of that's one of those kind of like remembering things that you wouldn't put, like, you know, like you're making something up. What's weird is he goes, Blanchard even said it was about this tall, you know, remembering a specific thing where Blanchard said these creatures, whatever the hell, were 4 feet tall. I was informed of a temporary morgue setup to accommodate the recovered bodies. I was informed that the wreckage was not radioactive. Upon his return from Fort Worth, Major Marseille described to me taking pieces of the wreckage to General Ramey's office, and after returning from a map room, finding the remains of a weather balloon and a radar kite substituted while he was out of the room. Marseille was very upset over the situation. We would not discuss it again. Isn't that crazy? So you can see the overlap here. I would be allowed to make at least one visit to one of the recovery sites during the military cleanup. So remember all the crap that was left there at Marseille's site? They probably went out and cleaned that up. I would return to the base with some of the wreckage, which I would display in my office. I was aware 2 separate teams would return to each site months later for periodic searches for any remaining evidence. I am convinced that what I personally observed was some type of craft and its crew from outer space. I have not been paid nor given anything of value to make this statement, and it is the truth to the best of my recollection. This statement is to remain sealed and secured until the time of my death, at which time my surviving family will determine its disposition. So he didn't even know it was going to go out. He just... So what do you think of that? That's crazy. That's pretty amazing, right? This is the same guy that put the story out. He described the whole thing, and he wasn't trying to get any fame or glory out of it. And he gave it to his family to read and let them do what they want. I think that's pretty crazy, you know. Here, let's see. Where's the... Are you guys still here? Let me see this one here. All right, here, look at this one. So this is another person. He was the mortician in the town. Let me just see if, let me go to the part. What was his name? Dennis? It was. Dennis claims that he saw wreckage from, let's see. Dennis was settling in to life as a country funeral home director when during the first week of July of 1947, cowboy William Mac Brazel moseyed in the Roswell office of Chavez County Sheriff George Wilcox. He announced that he had found a large amount of unusual debris on the ranch he managed about 75 miles northwest of town. Let's see. Dennis has agreed to break. Okay, I'm going to just go down to this part down here. Thanks. Jim Lawn. Dennis has agreed to break his silence of recent years at last. However, in an interview for Omni with writer and UFO researcher Carl Flock, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and Intelligence Officer. For those fascinated by the Roswell case, it is possible to read It is possible to read the testimony of the star witness for the first time here, without benefit of anyone else spin, pro or con. How did you first become involved in the events now known as the Roswell incident? To Dennis. Listen to this. So he was just the town mortician in Roswell, he said. I received a phone call from Roswell Army Air Force Mortuary. I received a call from Roswell Army Airfield Mortuary officer on July 7th, sometime after lunch, around 1:30. I have no idea who it was, but he asked if we had any baby caskets, 3 foot 6 or 4 feet, hermetically sealed. I told him we kept a 4 foot. They have a 4 foot one. Then he asked how many we had in stock. I told him we had 2. He asked how long it would take to get more. I told him if we called Texas Coffin Company in Amarillo by 3 o'clock, we could have them by Hill Truck Line at 6 the next morning. Did he tell you how many he wanted? Dennis said, no, I just said, hey, what's going on? And he said, we're just having a conference here about the future. In case something happens, we may need a lot of them. And then Omni said, did the call seem unusual to you? No, I didn't think anything about it until later. We got that kind of inquiry all the time. All the time for little bodies? I don't think so. Omni said, but then you got another call. Dennis said, about 45 minutes later, the same man called back. He wanted to know about embalming fluid, what chemicals it contained, what it would do to bodies that had been lying out in the open. Would it change the stomach contents? Would it change the tissue, the blood? He also wanted to know about our procedure for removing bodies from a site for a preparation of bodies that had been lying out in the elements and might have been shredded by predators. Omni said, did they say they had bodies in that condition? No, just that information for future reference. That's crazy. They didn't tell him, they just wanted information from him. He also wanted to know if they transported a body under those conditions and without embalming, how they should do it. Back in those days, we didn't have air-conditioned hearses or pathologists in Roswell, so I told him I would go to Sunset Crematory or Creamery or whatever, or Clardy's Dairy and buy all the dry ice. Okay, that's what he was just looking for ice. I could and pack them in it. I also told him if he had a hot one, that is, if he didn't know the cause of death, they'd better contact a pathologist and damn sure do what he told them. I think I suggested they try Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington, D.C., because I remembered bodies of local boys who died in the service coming to us through there. I also remembered telling him very politely, you give us the specifications, you tell us how you want the bodies prepared, and we'll prepare them according to your specifications, not ours. And then what happened next? A good 45 minutes to an hour later, even after that, we got an ambulance call for an airman hurt on a motorcycle. He had bad lacerations on his forehead, and I think he had a fractured nose. I put a tourniquet on his forehead. I'm not sure how you do that, but how do you put a tourniquet on a forehead? I guess you just wrap it around tight, I guess. Put him in the front seat of the combination hearse ambulance with me, and I drove him oh yeah, this is crazy. Look at, and then he drove this person to the let's see, where is that? Tourniquet for it, but put him in the front seat of the combination hearse ambulance with me and drove him to the base. In emergencies like that, we turn, so this is 45 minutes after the other 2 calls that came in. We turned the red light on about a block from the gate, and they waved us through. After you got on the base, what did you do? Well, I went directly to the infirmary. When I swung into the driveway, there were 3 old Army field ambulances backed up. Wow, already. At the angle at the ramp where I usually parked, and 2 MPs were standing in between. So I drove around to the end and parked, and the airman and I got out and walked up the ramp behind the ambulances. Omni said, "What did you see as you walked up the ramp?" When we got to the first ambulance, one of the rear doors was open, and when you're in the business, naturally, you're going to look. I saw something in there that looked like half a canoe leaning up against the side near the open door. It was standing on end, and I was very close to it. It was about 3.5, maybe 4 feet high, all around the bottom of the thing. All over the floor was a lot of wreckage. It was all sharp, and as best as I can remember, it was like broken glass. Some of the pieces and the canoe looked like stainless steel that had been put in high heat. It shaded very shiny to pink to red to brown, then black. Were there any markings? I remember markings on the canoe-shaped thing around the outer edges, along the curve and down the side. They were about 4 inches high, darker than the background, and clearly were deliberately put there. You have said symbols reminded you of Egyptian hieroglyphics. When I was in the mortuary school, we studied Egyptian mummification and burial practices and customs. The bodies they picked up off the streets went on a funeral barge, which was pushed out to sea and set afire. There was always decoration on the barge side, a white swan or a panther. After I had a chance to think, I realized what I saw resembled the decorations they put around the necks of those animal figures. Did you see anything in the other ambulance? I saw the same kind of wreckage in the second one. The doors were closed on the third ambulance, so I couldn't see what was in it. Did the injured soldiers see the material too? And did the MPs do anything about your snooping? And it says, the MPs didn't even look at me, as far as I know. And it says they may have even gone by then. They may have been gone by then. It wasn't like they were there guarding it. The airman saw the wreckage too, but he was more concerned with the injuries. I followed him to the infirmary. Didn't you have to sign him in to do paperwork? No, to get paid? To get paid, you had to get a voucher signed by whoever was at the front desk, but they took him away, and I never did get his name down or anything signed. It wasn't a big deal because the ambulance business was so minor, more of a goodwill kind of thing. After he was whisked away, what did you do? Well, I started down the hall to the lounge area to get a Coke. There was a lot of commotion. A lot of officers, 2 or 3 of them, women, buzzing up and down the hall, but I didn't know any of them. There was an officer, a captain. I remember seeing his bars leaning next to an open side door. I think he was talking to someone through the door. I went up to him and said, "Sir?" He turned around and said it. It looked like he had a plane crash. I went up to him and said, "Sir?" He turned around and I said, "It looks like he had a plane crash. Do I need to go in and get ready for it?" Not sure why he would say it. I went up to him and he said, "Sir?" Like, "Sir, do you need something?" He turned around and I said, "It looks like we had a plane crash. Do I need to go in and get ready for it?" probably like, coffins and whatnot. The captain was not someone you knew. I'd never seen him before. He looked at me and said, "Who in the hell are you?" I remember that really well. He was real snotty. I told him I was from the funeral home and that we had a contract with the base. And said again, "Looks like you had a crash." He said, "Don't move from here. Don't take one step." Then walked away. After a few minutes, he came back with 2 MPs, strangers to me. He told them, "Get this man off the base. He's off limits. You drive him back to town. Make sure he gets back there." So they started to walk me down the hall. Did they physically manhandle you as you've been, let's see. Did they physically manhandle you as has been reported? Oh no, they weren't roughing me up or anything. They were real nice, but we'd only gone a few feet when a voice said, "Bring that SOB back here." We turned around and there was this big red-headed captain about 6 feet, or this says 6'3" or 4, with a real short crew cut and the meanest eyes I've ever seen, like the devil himself looking at me. He had with him a black sergeant who was holding a clipboard. Where did they come from? Then somebody went and got them, I guess. Anyway, the captain came up to me and poked a finger in my chest and said, "Look, mister, you don't go into Roswell and start a bunch of rumors that there's been a crash. Nothing has happened here. You understand?" And he kept poking me. Of course, I was getting a little upset. I said, "I'm a civilian, and you can't do anything to me. You can go to hell." That's when he jabbed me again and said, "Somebody will be picking your bones out of the sand." Then the sergeant said, "Sir, he would make better dog food." So I popped off, and I popped off at him too. Then the captain said, "Get the son of a bitch out of here," and the MP started taking me back down the hall again. That's when I saw the nurse. This was your friend, an Army nurse assigned to the base infirmary. Is that who this was? Right. She came out of a supply room to our left, right in front of us, and there were 2 men who came out behind her. She had a towel over her face. She looked up and saw me, and she screamed, "Glenn, get out of here as fast as you can." She was sobbing, gasping for air, and she went on across the hall through another door. The 2 men followed her. They were gulping for air too and looked like they were about to vomit. Omni said, "What do you mean, what?" Omni said, "Did you smell or see anything that might have made them sick?" Dennis said, "I don't remember smelling or seeing anything strange when the MPs got outside with me. One of them turned around and said, 'What the hell was that all about?' We went right back to the funeral home, and they warned me to stay away from the base for the rest of the day." "And what did you do then?" "I picked up the phone and tried to call back out to the infirmary and the nurses' quarters to find out what was going on. But I couldn't get through. Nobody answered." "When you went home, did you say anything to your wife about this?" "No, I didn't talk about it to anybody until my dad gave me no choice. Let me tell you something. I never mixed my family or my home with the funeral business. I never discussed a body, a funeral, names, anything. When I left the funeral home, I had a different life. But the next morning around 6 o'clock, Sheriff George Wilcox, a good friend of my dad's, went to my folks' house with one of the deputies. George said he thought I was in a lot of trouble out at the base. He said, "You tell Glenn, if he knows anything, to keep his mouth shut." They want all your kids' names. They want to know when they were born, and they want to know where they are now. Dad said Wilcox was really shaking up a basket of eggs. My dad got in his car and came to our house by the funeral home as fast as he could. He almost knocked our door down and bounced me out of bed. It wasn't very much after 6 a.m. I got up and Dad and I went outside and finally told him what happened, just like it happened. At first he said our government wouldn't do a thing like that. Then he got to thinking about it. He said, I had never lied to him but twice when I was a kid, and he about killed me, so it must be true. Then he got very angry, but he said he wouldn't talk about it because he didn't want me to be killed. And then the magazine said, did you continue to try to contact the nurse? Dennis said, I called. See, this is what I have this stuff all in my memory, all these different people. I didn't remember the details like this, but like I know that there was this mortician, and then Jesse Marseille and his kid, and then, you know, Walter Hote. I mean, you got to admit, like, you put all this stuff together, it seems like there was something that happened. Why do you think she came to you? Let's see, where were we at here? Did you continue to try to contact the nurse? I called out there and finally got through, but didn't get her. They said she wasn't on duty. Later that morning, she called me at about 10:30 or so. She said she knew I'd been trying to reach her, but that she's been very sick. Then she said, but I have to talk to you. She was crying. So this is that nurse that saw him at the hospital. Why do you think she came to you instead of someone else? Because she'd seen me at the hospital and thought I knew something, I suppose. Anyway, I suggested that the officers' club, which was about a block from the quarters. She agreed, and I drove straight out there. She was standing outside waiting for me, and we walked in and went to the bar because the dining room was closed. The place wasn't busy, but we took a table in the back corner. I asked her if she wanted anything to eat, and she said she didn't. She was crying, almost hysterical and sick to her stomach, and ash white. She was in uniform, but really disheveled. She wanted to know what happened to me. I told her what they did to me, but I didn't know why, she said. Well, I'll tell you why. She said she found out later that all the regular infirmary staff wasn't supposed to report for duty. Somehow she didn't get the order. So she went to work, as usual, and went into the supply room to get her day's supplies. Then it says, when she did... shit. Hold on a sec. Right at the good part here. When she did, there were two men, doctors in surgical masks and everything. There were two gurneys, and there was a body bag on each one. Both were unzipped. The doctors were at the gurney, with the bag folded back. There were two small, mangled bodies in the bag. She said the smell was the most horrible, most gruesome smell she'd ever smelled in her life. The doctor said something about it being toxic, but I can't say what that means. Did the nurse try to leave? She didn't get a chance. She said they ordered her to come over and told her, we have to have some help. Lieutenant, you have to take notes for us. Write down what we're looking at, what we're telling you. She wrote down everything they said as they examined the bodies. Did the nurse know who the doctors were or where they were from? Well, that's a stupid follow-up. I would have asked, well, what did she say? What did she say was in the notes? Yeah. And then Dennis said, I asked her, as she said she'd never seen them before. She told me she heard one say that the other, that they have to do something when they get back to Walter Reed Army Hospital. And did she describe the bodies? She said a hand was severed from one of the mangled bodies, and they turned it over on long forceps. There were only 4 fingers. They had little pads on the tips with what looked like tiny suction cups. Man, that's crazy, man. Their mouths were only slits, 1 inch wide. There were no teeth, only firm pieces of tissue like cartilage. One thing that caught her attention was where we had only one ear canal. Where we had only one ear canal, they had 2, but they had no earlobes. The nose was concave with 2 orifices, but no bridge. The eyes were very, very large and sunken so far back in you couldn't tell what they looked like. If the bodies had lain out for time, the eyes probably ruptured, but she said the bones structure showed that they were large. The eyes, I guess. She said the heads were disproportionately large, and the doctors noted the skull structure was like a newborn baby's, flexible. She also said the bones from the shoulder to the elbow was much shorter than the one from the elbow to the wrist. Isn't this crazy? I mean, it's like these are... I mean, this is all these pieces fit together, and even though they're all different people randomly telling their stories, they match. Because Hote said he saw 2 gurneys with bodies under both, and they had big heads. That's all he could see. Well, that's right here. There's 2, right? It's crazy. Did she say anything about the more intact body? She said that the doctor examined the mangled ones. They would go over and look at the other body, comparing things. It was about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, she said. Remember, that's what Walter Hote said when the general said it's about this tall. She said she looked at it, and it was horrible. And she remembered one of the doctors said the features reminded him of those of a 100-year-old ancient Chinese. Then they all got sick and had to leave the room. That's when we met. She took notes during the examination. Did she also make drawings? No, she did that night. She went home and took a shower, and some other nurse helped her, washed her hair and everything. Evidently, the smell was so strong on her, they couldn't stand it either. Why did she decide to make drawings? Why did she decide to make the drawings? She made the drawings for me, but only after I'd made solemn oath I'd never reveal her connection to them. She wanted to know if I saw the same thing she saw. She asked me if they brought I think she called them creatures, to the funeral home. I told her I hadn't seen the bodies, that they hadn't been taken to Ballard's. What did she make the drawings on, and with what? Were there any notations? They were in pencil, and she did them on the back of a prescription pad. She said she didn't have anything else to write on. What did she do with the drawings after she showed them to you? She gave them to me. She said she wanted me to have them. I think maybe it was... Now they're going to ask, do you still have them? I think maybe it was for her protection, she said. Guard them with your life, she said. Did she have any information about what became of the bodies? She said there was a rumor they had been moved to a hangar where the autopsies had been finished that night. The head nurse, I think it was Captain Wilson, told her they were flown out to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Do you remember anything else she told you that seemed important? See, again, there's Wright-Patterson Air Force. See how it all fits together here? Like this guy, oh yeah, they were sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's what Walter Hote said, and I think Jesse Marseille said that. I don't know, man. When I read this stuff, see, I believe that there's life on other planets, and I think I believe in UFOs and all that shit. I can't prove it. Like, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh yeah, I know 100%, like I do in some of these cases, right? I think the same way about it. Like, you notice how I'm connecting like all these different stories that these people have that have the exact same thing that they say. Come on, this got to be worth some more super chats, don't you think, you guys? From the people that haven't been supporting tonight. Let's see if we can make up for 2 days ago. That'd be great. All right, do you remember anything else she told you that seemed important? But did she have any information about what became of the bodies? She said there was a rumor they had been moved to a hangar where the autopsies had been finished that night. See, that's exactly where Walter Hote said. Remember that? He said he went to the hangar and he saw the bodies in there. The head nurse, I think it was Captain Wilson, told her they were flown out to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Do you remember anything else she told you that seemed important? The doctors said there was nothing in the medical textbooks. Hey, thanks, Jim Lon. What the hell is a gigawatt? What the hell is a gigawatt?
Gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
She began to feel, let's see. Do you remember anything else, she said? The doctors said there was nothing in the medical textbooks to cover what they had. She also overheard them saying the bodies were found with or in some wreckage 2 or 3 miles from where everything else was located. How did your meeting end? She began to feel much worse. I drove her back to the nurse's quarter about noon, and that was it. You left the base with her drawings and notes. What did you do with them, and what became of them? Well, I hid them for a long time. Then I put them in my personal and legal files in the funeral home basement. When I finally left Ballard's in 1962, I left my files behind. Shouldn't have, but I did. When UFO researcher Stan Friedman and I went to Ballard's to look for them a few years ago, the cabinets were still there. I don't know, that seems kind of a stupid thing to leave behind. I don't think that'd be the last thing in the world you'd leave behind. Well, psychics are bullshit. Tranquility. Physics oh, you mean physics. Physics, that's what you said. Physics disprove what? No, nothing disproves anything. We don't know what, like, let's say humans were here 1 million years ago. Let's say that what do you call it? The meteor that hit Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs. Well, let's say that it happened 10 million years before that. Well, we'd be 10 million years ahead of where we're at. You don't think we'd have something? Yeah, I don't buy any of that. Physics doesn't disprove anything. There's all kinds of, like, people probably didn't think a nuclear weapon could be made at one point. All right, let's see. You left the base with their drawings. Okay, he said, okay, they went back to look for them, but they were empty. All my files were missing. The manager there now told us that he and another man, Joe Lucas, cleaned out everything, he said. Lucas hauled it all to the town dump. Returning to 1947, their meeting with the nurse, you had no doubt there was something very much out of line going on. When did you see the newspaper with the captured saucer story? About 6 or 7 that night, I went write an obituary, and the paper was lying on the desk at Ballard's. I picked it up, saw the headlines, and thought, maybe that's what she's gotten into. Did you discuss the meeting and what the nurse told you with your father or anyone else? I never mentioned her, period. When did you try to contact her? I kept trying to get a hold of her. I tried for 2 or 3 days, and they said she wasn't there. Then I went out to the base on call maybe a week or so later, and Captain Wilson told me she had been shipped out the same afternoon I last saw her. So that, that day she was sent out. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, they got her the hell out of town. Did you hear from the nurse later? And then Dennis said about 6 weeks, maybe 2 months later, I got a typed letter. The envelope was addressed to Ballard Funeral Home, not me personally. The letter was to Dear Glenn and had no signature, just her typed name. It gave a New York APO number, overseas military mailing address, where I could write her. It said she was in England, didn't have time to write, but that we'd correspond, and she wanted to know what happened to me. To tell you the truth, I don't think it came from her. It didn't sound like her. I think somebody wrote it to try to find out what I knew. Did you respond? I wrote saying I was glad to hear she was okay, and when she was ready to write back. Another 6 weeks or 2 months later, that letter came back. Stamped on the front was "Return to Sender," and down at the bottom stamp it read was the word "deceased." So that nurse was dead now. Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's kind of, it gets creepy as hell. I've actually seen this before. I don't care, Tranquility Base. I think you're full of crap. All right, and we're not. That's not what we're talking about right now. So we're just gonna have to maybe come back in a day or two. Just not really interested. All right. Let's see. You probably think we never landed on the moon. Let's see. I think somebody wrote it, and then it said that she was deceased. What did you do with the letters? I kept them in the same file as the drawings and notes I made on what she told me in a big envelope marked personal. A long time later, I told Captain Wilson about the return letter and asked her if anybody else heard what happened to the nurse. She said the rumor was she had gone down on a plane on a training mission and was killed with some other nurses. But you researchers say there's no record of such an incident. Right, several careful investigations have turned up nothing, and now even you seem to think the nurse didn't die in 1947. When and why did you change your mind, and have you tried to locate her since? It was just a few years ago. I had always hoped she was alive, but it wasn't until I learned from UFO researcher Don Berliner, Kevin Randall, and Don Schmidt that there was no record of a plane crash like the one she was supposed to have been in, that I really thought she might still be alive. I haven't tried to contact her because the way we left it the last time we talked was she'd contact me when she was ready, of course. I don't know where to find her anyway. Many questions have been raised about your relationship with the nurse, even that you and she considered marriage. That's bull. I was married, and she and I were friendly acquaintances, nothing else. I wasn't after her or anything. When all this happened, she'd been at the base only about 3 months in the service, and service about 7. She was about 23 and a real cute, like small Audrey Hepburn with short black hair, dark eyes, and olive skin, but kind of a loner. She didn't fit in. But I talked with her whenever I saw her in the infirmary, so I got to know her a little about her. I don't know. I don't need to keep reading. What do you think really was behind what happened on July 1947? What was really going on? Like I said all along, I have no idea. All I know is what happened to me and what the nurse told me. The whole thing is weird. See, isn't that weird? This whole story isn't about, like, this whole thing. It's just about that night that he got the phone calls asking for caskets, etc., right? These small caskets. And then there was another accident, so he had to take somebody to the hospital. And then when he gets there, he sort of sees why they wanted these caskets. There's this stuff going on. And then a nurse looks at him and just freaked out and said, hey, get the hell out of here, you know. And then the next day they met and she told him what she saw, you know. I mean, I think it's really cool that this guy just has this little minute section just filling in like a little blank. There isn't like he's not part of, oh, you know, I went to this place and I saw a body. It's just interesting that what she said matches what, you know, doesn't, not perfectly, but it's, you know, 2 bodies inside the hangar. Let's see. When I talked to Friedman, you have provided some researchers with what you say is the nurse's name. Why? I would like to know what happened to her and have someone verify my story. It has been alleged you made up the name you gave researchers. No way. I've never done that. Others have suggested that you provided the wrong name or possibly a misspelled name due to imperfect memory. Is that possible? Yes, I guess it's possible. I don't have her name quite right. Several researchers are attempting to locate the nurse under the name Naomi Maria Self, which has been published by UFO skeptic Philip J. Klass in her true name. Is this her true name? And Dennis said, I promised her I would never reveal her name, so I can't confirm or deny. If she's still alive, I don't want to get in any more trouble. I don't want her or her family to be bothered either. Anyone could conceivably confirm your story seems to be dead. Obviously, as long as you refuse to provide the nurse's name so it can be fully and openly checked out, people will continue to consider he's trying to get him to tell them. It doesn't make a damn bit of difference to me. They can believe it or not. Would you be willing to give Omni the nurse's true name so the magazine can attempt to locate her? To answer the first question, definitely not. And I've already said why. If I ever got proof she was dead, I probably would make her name known, or would make her name known or confirm it. If you could do anything over again with respect to your involvement in the incident, what would you do? I would never tell anybody anything about it. I just keep quiet and go about my business. I resent being put on the defensive, ridiculed, and called a liar for telling the truth about what happened, especially by people who just take pot shots with no facts to back them up. If the nurse or some member of her family or someone who knows her is reading this, what would you like to say to them? Whenever she's ready to contact me, I would like to hear from her. I really hope she's okay. 1995. Pretty crazy, right? I mean, that's, I don't know. I find that stuff really interesting. Especially this Walter Hote. You know, this is almost exactly what, you know, it said right here. Before leaving the base, Colonel Blanchard took me personally to Building 84 hangar, located on the east side of the tarmac. Upon first approaching the building, I observed that it was under heavy guard, both outside and inside. Once inside, I was permitted from a safe distance to first observe the object. And then down here it says, also from a distance, I was able to see a couple of bodies under canvas tarp. Only the heads extended beyond the covering, and I was not able to make out any features because it's probably a little far away. The heads did appear larger than normal, and 4 feet tall. And this is like in the same hangar that the nurse said. I guess that they were brought to a hangar and then shipped off. Anyways, there you go, everybody. That was a 4-hour show, by the way. So thank you out there to Marty's Bar and Grill. Thank you very much for the bucket there and your challenge earlier. He probably went to bed a long time ago. And then Sandy Shirley did a couple PayPals throughout the day. Alright, but hold on a second. We got Jim Lawn there. Alright, here we go. We're going to do a spin. Gotta get these in there. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, here we go. Here comes the spin. I'm going to give out 2 notebooks, all right? So here we go. Oh, look at that. Went from Wild Bill Wassman to Sandy Shirley. All right, there you go, Sandy. You won one. The Wild Bill was going to give up his anyway. So Sandy Shirley, you won a notebook. Hey, Lanky Tor, you won a notebook. All right. Or I'll spin one more time. See how it goes. We'll do 3. Oh, there's Wild Bill. So he wanted to do another spin. So here we go. What do you mean? We're doing it right now. What the hell are you talking about? And there's Marty. As in Marty's Bar and Grill. All right. You're on rewind. Well, what do you mean? We've already finished the whole thing, Bengal. You must be on rewind. You gotta get caught up here. All right, there you go. I'll tell you what. Hey, Phyllis, why don't you send me your address? I'll send you one. I don't know. I just sent one to Marty, so he probably doesn't even want another one. But if he does, I'll send him one. But you send me yours, all right, Phyllis? You probably should have won one. Does that sound good? All right, thanks to Wild Bill Wassman right out of the gate. And then Randizzle Randy. Joel Burnt. Richard Watts. That was at 7:15. Then at 7:20, we had Wild Bill Wassman. 7:21, Joel Burnt. 7:22, Bengal Cat Chili. And then Phyllis Watson at 7:22 also. Then Jim Lawn at 7:30. That was an 8-minute gap. And then Michelle H. That was 2 minutes. Then Jim Lawn at 7:36. Then Sherry C. at 7:36 also. These are challenges, I think. Then Lisa Holland, 7:36. 7:39, we have Kimmy 968. Then Moon Shadow gifted a membership at 7:39. Then 9 minutes later at 7:48, we had DDWM. Then 2 minutes later, Wild Bill Wassman, who probably noticed there was a one during a 12-minute period. Then Phyllis Watson again at 7:58, so that was 8 minutes later. And 7 minutes after that, Randizzle Randy. That was 8:05. Then at 8:08, Wild Bill Wassman. Then 9 minutes after that, Wild Bill Wassman again, as he was noticing the massive lulls. Then now it's like 19 minutes later, we had Kim. And then 8 minutes after that, you can see it's just slowing down dramatically. Then we had Phyllis Watson. And then 14 minutes after that, Tracy Von Brott. And then right at that same time frame, Wild Bill Wassman. Then 2 minutes later, Randizzle Randy. And then 4 minutes later, Tracy Von Brott gifted a membership. Then PK sews it up, became a member. Then Wild Bill Wassman at 9:09 gifted one. Then Phyllis Watson gifted 5 at 9:09. And then Lanky Tor, 3 minutes later, gifted 5. Then we had an 11 minutes later. Lanky Tor did the 74 months. And then 9:28, as Wild Bill Wassman again notices his massive lull, he... Did you win one, Wild Bill? You wanted to give it away, right? Did you want one, Wild Bill? You said you wanted to give it away, right? And then Wild Bill Wassman at 9:28. And then a minute later, Lanky Tor with a cat eye donation. Then 1 minute after that, we had Jim Lawn. And then 10 minutes later, we had Phyllis Watson with the cat eye. Then because of that, that got us to... it's weird. I'm not sure how was I able to do that. And then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 10 memberships. And then we had Jim Lawn. And then Jim Lawn did 5 at 10:47. That's what I thought. You said that. Okay. Cool. Yeah, thanks for that. Right at the end, though, that was amazing. We had, Lanky Tor, Phyllis Watson, and Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. That's crazy. You guys made a big difference right at the end there. We weren't even close. But you guys did it. So thanks everybody who helped support the channel tonight. Appreciate it. What do you guys think of that? I thought I put that together pretty well. I mean, it's sort of interesting, right? When you look at these original articles, they fit all of that. Walter Hood there, browse, while riding the range on his ranch, they talk about the 2 different sites even, etc. And then he says this was actually proven to be a fake photo. I mean, not fake photo, but he didn't really just find that. But anyways, thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will bring. But thanks again. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. I know, that was crazy, Wild Bill. I know, it wasn't. It was just like such a struggle right before that. I mean, we wouldn't even have made the minimum goal without those 3, which is crazy, but hey, we did it.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime.
Thanks
thing
everybody
quite a
for
while
your
now.
help.
And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, threat rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get you on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old crime sector. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a paw protector. Cool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector. On his vector, with all respect, y'all. Just remember, I've a type of fucking check ya. I have
Hey,
no
Saturn
agenda.
Dreaming of Mercury,
I'm a
are you still out there?
And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Calling Saturn
so let's
Dreaming
get
of
right back to
Mercury.
it.
Calling Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. Are you still out there? If you are, I'll send you a notebook too. All right? Thank you. Make sure to send your address over. All right. Anyways, thanks everybody. See you later. Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime, or whatever the else we cover, using logic, reason, and common sense. Thank you very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning as the case may be. Tonight, we'll discuss the wreckage at Roswell, affectionately known as the Roswell Incident. And we're going to hear from Jesse Marseille, Walter Hote, Jesse Marseille Jr., Dennis, the mortician, and what he had to say about the nurse. So hold on right now, we'll be back in just a moment. Let's see, where's that other one there?